Hello.
Don't mind me as I'm getting the rest of this thingamadiggy announced in all the different areas. I do the best that I can. I do what I can. I wonder how many people here saw the blah 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 the tweet, like the whole, like, you know, starting to stream, and like I think it was like 2 hours before I started stream, there was like the message of like, oh hey, you're gonna be doing this tonight. I wonder if anyone's seen that. Anyone here that saw the tweet before I did, like, not the one I did right this second, which was like, oh hey, I'm online right now, but the one basically 2 hours before all this. Hi there, Sage. Good morning, good evening. You saw the tweet? Nice, Sage. Good to know. Good to hear. I'm gonna move over to the chat screen just a little bit ahead of time. I still got like 2 or 3 more places that I want to drop of like, oh hey, I'm online and what have you, because this is probably like not a great takeaway to have. I was trying to do my taxes, like not the Australian one. The Australian one isn't a thing until July. I don't have to worry about my taxes for Australia until July. I do have to worry about my American taxes, however, because America is one of 2 countries where you still have to do your taxes even if you don't make any money in the United States. It's so it's annoying. Hello there. Nailed it. So, it's real fun nonsense. Thank you, IRS. Hi there, Hendrix. Welcome to the stream. It's just a case of just like, God damn it. Why? Why is there such work? Why? Like, the only money I'm getting from the United States right now, which makes me, like, concerned and what have you, is the fact that I get Twitch money. I get paid, like, it's technically called royalties in the tax code and what have you. And it's like, oh, good cookie for Hendrix! Yay, American tax. It's given. Nah, it's not giving me shit. It doesn't give me anything, because here's what goes down. And I have to do this every year. Hey, did you earn any money from America? No. What did you earn? This much money. Don't you owe us this much money then? No, because I have to pay for Australian tax. They take that out, and it's, you know, technically speaking, I get taxed more in Australia than I would if I got the same job in the United States. And they're like, okay, how much tax do you have to pay? And it's like, this much tax. And they're like, oh, okay, so you don't owe us anything. You probably could have come to that conclusion because of the fact that I didn't get any money from you and didn't have to pay any tax. It's just it's such a stupid system. I fucking hate it. And it all spawns, like, I feel like a lot of Americans know why this spawns, but it's really hard to argue for it because the majority of the people who hate it are the ones that can probably get away with not paying their taxes. It's the fucking, like, you know, finance companies like Inuit and, TurboTax and all them that are like, ah, yes, we can't rely on the government on accurately reporting on your income, despite the fact that they have to get that information anyway from your employer. What they should do is they should come to us, a corporation, and pay a small fee in order to, you know, help them. We won't do it for them, but we'll help them in getting their taxes sorted and sending it to the government. They're like, okay, yeah, government agrees with this. Let's go forward with this. And meanwhile, the companies are like, excellent. You know, if you go through us, you can get more return than if you went by yourself. And it's like, unholy abomination shows up at my house. No, Wild Saber. The point isn't that it's an unholy abomination. The point is that it's a sexy lady. It's just like, yes. I was just doing my Warhammer minifigures. And then it's just this fucking gremlin with a boss going, I don't care what the IRS says, I'm not paying my taxes. See, you'd think they could figure it out, but unfortunately they don't, and corporations are annoying about it. How's it going? Hi, Deakus, welcome to the stream. Complaining about American tax filing, because as an American citizen, I still have to report on my US taxes, despite the fact I'm not getting any money from the United States besides the royalties. But let's be real, this one is, like, you know, not even taxed because it's not even earning enough. I am also having no address, and it makes it really fucking annoying because I can't just go through the IRS and just tell them point blank, stop asking, or any of that kind of such. I can't do that. What I have to do is I have to go through the free file system, which means going to a different website entirely that is not managed by the IRS. These are managed by the fucking corporations that make the tax filing systems the tax programs themselves. So they have an incentive to force you to use the paid model rather than the free model, and the way they'll do that is they'll just really easily just go, oh, you utilize this part of our system that isn't, like, explicitly tax filing because it doesn't use a W-2. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to pay $30 to use it. And you know what happens then? They want you to pay. And how do they want you to pay? By giving them a credit card and an American address associated with a credit card. I don't have an American address. I was willing to pay the $40 just to get it out of my way, and then that way just, like, help my sister with it. But instead, they're like, no, can't process transaction. No, can't process transaction. I was like, what in the world? There was no, like, you couldn't, like, PayPal it, and your only other option was, oh, you can have this thing, you can have the $40 taken out of your tax return. And I'm like, if it's that simple, why doesn't the government just make a free file tax system themselves rather than fucking offshooting it? It's so annoying. Taxes have been evil ever since they were created. Okay, no, taxes are not evil, okay? Taxes are what fund the government, and the point of the taxes is that it's meant to be used in funding for construction of roads, infrastructure, repairs, jobs that are done, like, irrespective of, like, you know, the actual, like, workload, such as, you know, garbage collection and what have you. The whole point of taxes is that it's meant to be the council rate and all kind of such. Hi there, Nick. Welcome to the stream. My biggest annoyance isn't with taxes themselves. Besides, what's more is, as an American, we had a huge fight with Britain over how they were taxing us, and we weren't seeing, like, you know, a very clear representation in either, you know, the House of Representatives or in how we were governed in our own country when we did it. And that's why there's the famous quote, no taxation without representation. We made it very clear that England doesn't get to just have American money if they are not going to listen to the American people on how America should be run. Hence why there's a revolution and all that kind of such. Cookie! E for Nick! Here's your cookie! It's so corrupt, they want to make life as difficult as possible. Okay, it's not the government that's corrupt. The government is stupid. It's corporations that are corrupt, okay? There's a difference. A country is only as smart as its dumbest representatives. A corporation... No, do not pull the lever. A corporation is willing to extenuate any dumb action. Like, we've seen this time and time again. They will, like, if they do something stupid, they are very willing to just, you know, cut it out and what have you. But if it's corrupt, making them money, then the purpose of the corporation is being served, in which case it's not being seen as stupid, it's being seen as, you know, profitable, and they keep them. That's where the corruption is. The CIA, that's corrupt. So the things we've learned from the CIA are the things that have been, like, you know, we found out about them and shit like that. It's been a very tough case of finding out when they did all this kind of shit. Hello, Jason. Welcome to the stream. We're having a real fun conversation. It started with taxes. And Wild Saber, hopefully you got your cookie. This all started because a cookie for Jason. This all started because me, an American, have to pay my taxes while me, an American, has no American address, no American phone number, no American job, living in Australia with an Australian job, paying for Australian taxes and Australian bills. It's so stupid. It's so annoying. It's only one of two countries that does it, and there is no negotiated agreement with Australia and the United States to make it a case of, oh, if you fill out your Australian tax return and all that kind of shit, that information gets piped up to the United States, so then that way they know what your money is doing and what have you. Like, Australia's, like, tax thingy-majiggy is frustrating, let me tell you, because they already know where you're getting your money and such, and they already tell you, like, right at the get-go how much you're possibly owing them and shit, and they'll do estimations, and you're trying to do, boop. Thank you for the boops. I don't know why the boops is so far off. Am I not, like, hang on. Boop. There we go. Move to America then. Okay, real talk? That was, like, Canada was a temptation. Fun fact, I'm American-Canadian. Okay, technically speaking, these are the citizenships that I have in me. I don't have the passports, but I had it for the citizenship, okay? I've had these passports in my history, but I have had an American passport. I have had a Canadian passport, and both of them because of citizenship. I had a British passport, and I believe that's because of my dad, who is British-Canadian, and because most recently, I say recently, but really it's been a little more than, like, 15 years at this point. Everyone is, why are you doing this? When you get your taxes back, what are you gonna spend it on? I don't get any American tax back. This is the whole crux of the problem, is that I go through all this effort with the US tax system, and I don't get any money back. You know when's the one time I get money from the US tax system and what have you? Is when it's like a stimulus check, like we did with COVID. That's like, and partially that's like when I had to, like, you know, do a tax return and shit like that. And guess what? Like, we're probably not gonna get that shit again. What are your favorite passports to have design-wise? I don't have a favorite. The passport, like, whichever one gets me to the most places, which right now is technically it's either the American one or the Australian one. There's like a chart. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can find the list. Like, most countries enter with passport. Hi there, Nixia. We're talking about passports and such, because I just went on a huge rant about the US tax system. I'm still responsible for that. You meant the artwork on it? Oh, could not give a shit. Like, maybe the Australian one, but that's because most powerful passport 2024. All right, so the most continue without disabling. Nope, this is a shit website. There is there's a passport index. The point of the passport index is that it tells you, like, how many different countries you can enter in on, like, visa-free, or, you know, visa on travel and such like that. Now, number one is United Arab Emirates, but the reason for that is because there's, you know, 179 different countries they can go into and such like that. Now, you may be thinking America's really low down. Oop, the himbo, thank you. But number two, get ready. There's 5 countries tied for number 2, and that's 177 countries. Third place is another 5 with 176. 4 is 175, and that one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 passports. All right, give me a second. Let me check which passport I have that is the most powerful. Okay, technically speaking, it's America. My American passport is the most powerful one because I can enter into 124 countries visa-free, whereas Australia only has 120 countries. Suck on that. They technically are the same passport rank, however. I love how the site says passport power. Actually, you don't see what I'm looking at right now. Hang on a second. Ding, dong, bing, ding, bong. Look at that. So, there are 7.9 billion people. You average about, you know, most people will average around 74 thingamadiggies. And look at that. Check this out. United Arab Emirates. I wish it could tell you, like, actually, ooh, you can compare. All right, hang on. So, United Arab Emirates is number 1 with 179 countries that you can go into and such. Only 19 countries require a visa. 5, 6, 7. Number 7, my United States and Australia. All right. What is the difference? All right, so all 3 of us need to use a visa for Afghanistan. Albania, we're visa-free. United Arab Emirates gets 90 days. Ah, yes, America gets 360. Algeria, visa required. Andorra, Angola. Oh, 90s. Alright, where's the difference? Australia. LOL. For passport holders of the United Arab Emirates, they need an E visa, but they get fast-tracked. Hey Grant, you're gonna head out. You have a good stream. Not to worry, Nick. Thank you for coming along. So yeah. Oh, I love how they put Australia here, but it's like you don't need a visa to get into Australia if you have an Australian passport. ETA. So I don't know what ETA is, but they give me 90 days. That's cool. Austria, cool. Al Jazeera. Okay, so that's probably one of the countries that put wait, hang on a second. Belarus? I need a visa if I was going with an American citizen. What the fuck? Explain. Ah, here's one. Benin. That's and then Bhutan? I think that's how you say it. Bolivia, visa on arrival, visa free for 90 days. Botswana, cool. Brazil, Brunei, Bulgaria, Burundi, Cameroon. You need a e-visa. Canada, lol, visa free. America. Central Africa Republic and Chad. So those are two other countries that visas are required for the Australian and the American. Chile, nice. China. You know, okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I thought Australia would have a better relationship, immigration-wise, with China than America has with China. Because here's the thing. China is relatively close to Australia compared to most other countries. Not just like geographically speaking, but also like economics speaking as well. You can't get shit in Australia. And quite frankly, going to China because of the mixture of cheap labor and, cheap travel costs and what have you, I feel like that would have been one of the reasons. So it's interesting that that Australia still has a visa requirement, whereas United Arab Emirates is like, yeah, visa free, 30 days. Good for you. Colombia, Comoros, the Congos. Oh, visa required for the Congos. We haven't even gotten to like proper halfway through. Ivory Coast, Croatia, Cuba. Ah, tourist card. Okay. Czech Republic, 90 days, 90 days, 90... Yeah, check. Denmark, 90 days. How do I hang on. Let me scroll down. I know how to, there it is. How do I say this? Djibouti? Djibouti? I'm gonna guess Djibouti. Dominican Republic. Okay, so why is there Dominica and Dominican Republic? Why? There's probably like a proper reason for that. I'm gonna Google that one day. El Salvador. Estonia. Eswatini. Fiji. Finland. Hey, France, all across the board. Good for you. Georgia. Ghana. Greece. What the hell's going off in Ghana that's like... Oh, wait. That one rings a bell for some reason. Don't know why, but it does. Iran. Jeez, I wonder why America is just not having a good time. Okay, Iraq, fine. Hey, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Jamaica, Japan. Oh, fuck yeah. Both Australia and United States has 90 days. Good for them. Kosovo, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Laos. I love how Sage is just like, do we tell him? Liberia, Libya, Madagascar, Mali, Malta, the Marshall, Mexico, 180. Cookie for Bookie! Check it out, Bookie. We're checking out, like, how strong the American in the middle here, the Australian, like, how powerful the passport is compared to Ghana just passed an anti-LGBT criminalizing being gay. That would probably be one of them. Myanmar, just visa requirement all the way. Nepal. So yeah, because United Arab Emirates has like 179 like they have way more countries that they're able to do visa free than you didn't pass the port. What port? Here's the thing. Booking is now saying shit to me because they are now like, housemates with my old housemates. So there's some things that get told to me where it's like, I know about the doorbell, and I'm just like, the fuck do you mean the doorbell? What are you on about? And so like I have to like be re-educated on what the hell, because they're going through like their unreliable source of my old housemate Quaggles. So I don't know what bookies is when they say I didn't pass the port. You see, chat? I'm a silly goose. All right. New Zealand. Hey, look at that. Australia just gets flat out visa free. I'm pretty sure America didn't even get like flat out visa free for Canada. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Where's Canada? Yeah, look. Like America, not the secondary source. It's an unreliable one is what it is. And what's more is they're not even here. Canada, like America only gets 180 days like between like an American going into Canada. But you go all the way down to New Zealand and Australians are just sort of like, "Oh, cheers, bro." Where are they? Where? Hang on. I went past them. Here it is. Like visa free, no time limit. They're just like, yeah. Oh, you're here for a few years? No, that's fine. Could go around the world in that amount of time. Yeah. Nicaragua, Niger. Oh, that's Nigeria. North North Korea. Noted. Visa required across the board. Norway is visa free. Oman, Pakistan is 30 days. Palau, Palestinian territories is visa free. Cool. They fixed so many things in Power with a new update that just dropped. Wow. Probably don't care. I'm sorry. Look, I dabbled in Pal World like a little bit. And the thing that I took away from it is it's a survival like crafting open world thing. It is relatively easy to make considering how many early access games exist. The company that made Pal World alone has done this for the 4th time now. The thing that Pal World has done that I remember Pirate Software mentioned and I saw in a YouTube short is just the fact that Pal World just took things that we liked. They didn't. There's nothing new about Pal World. It's just anything we liked that was a big hit in the past. They're like, oh yeah, put that in. There's no like innovation so far. They're like, oh, they like Pokemon looking shit. All right, they like guns. Sure. Base building. Yep. Open world. Yep. Oh, they like the Valheim. Okay, let's just make Valheim. Papua New Guinea. Get shit on United Arab Emirates. You can't get into Papua New Guinea unless you have a visa. Philippines, 30, 30, 30. Okay. Qatar. Boop. Russian Federation. Visa free, 90 days. Damn you. Saudi Arabia, visa on arrival, visa on arrival. Okay, I almost thought for a second Slovakia was listed twice. Like, hang on, do I actually, maybe I should just make this bigger so then that way you can like see this. Like, look at this. All right, so I thought that was Slovakia twice. Their flags are, wait, hang on a second. Are they, hang on. So white, blue, red. Remember that order of operation. White, blue, red. 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 Where's Russia? Yeah, it's the same like color sequence as Russia. What, like, okay, I need to look up like, ow. Wait, yeah, cool. Is landlocked country in Central Europe, bordered by Poland to the north, Ukraine to the east. I love how ignore why I checked I thought Czechoslovakia still existed. I thought it still existed. Somalia, visa required. Get shit on Australia. South Korea, visa free, 90 days. Yeah. Barely any problems. Taiwan, 30 days, 90, 90, nice. Thailand, Togo, Tonga, Turkey, Tuvalu. Oh hey, the home of Twitch, Tuvalu. That's why Twitch has .tv at the end, is because .tv isn't for television. .tv is the domain for Tuvalu. United Kingdom, 180 days, 180 days, 180 days. Electronic, like, travel thingy-majiggy. Cookie for Masonic! Uruguay, wait, no, Uruguay, sorry. What was going through my head then, I do not know. Uzbekistan... Wait, the Vatican has their own passport? Who's, like, flying into the Vatican, though? Ow. Wait. Vietnam is 2 words? I thought Vietnam was 1 word. Like, why... Sorry, Z was hoping it would be food. No, it's okay. Vietnam is 1 word, isn't it? Yeah, it's 1 word. Officially the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, country spanning... Okay. Echo there. The South... Alright. Yemen, Zambia, Zimbabwe. Yep. So yeah. Okay, so a few places that America is better at getting into than Australia is. Like, for instance, but obviously then, you know, there's shit like Belarus going off in Iran. China. The one that surprises me is I thought Australia could get into China easier than Americans. That's my what moment. Like, I don't know why. I just feel like Australia, you got jilted then. Maybe they'll work on that in next year's passport ratings and what have you. They'll figure it out. They'll fix the passports. It's certainly something. But yeah. That was a silly moment then. All started from passports. But yeah, oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna go on about the, like, when I was going through my, well, attempting to go through my American taxes and shit, is I've got a sheet of paper, or not a sheet of paper, really, a PDF. I got a PDF from, Twitch, and they give me, like, a year-on-year breakdown of, like, oh, how much money do I declare to the United States and what have you, like, that I've earned through Twitch. My first year of earning money through Twitch, I actually made, like, $800. It was incredible. I honestly didn't think I'd get that high. I thought I was just gonna be, lounging around at, like, you know, a couple hundred. But $800 was really big. Last year, for 2022, I made like $500. So, I had a big first year. My second year's not too bad, so let's see how we do with this year's. And with that, let's get Yakuza going. Yakuza Kiwami. Yakuza Kiwami 2. That's pretty good money. It is pretty good money. Unfortunately, it's not exactly enough for me to be able to quit my job and do this full time. Don't get me wrong, there is no illusion of me doing that. As much as I would love to do that, I have to like live with reality. I can't be a himbo zebra just on the internet playing video games and chatting with people and doing all kinds of like fun little whatsamacoozy things. I have to go to work. I have to make an income, and pay for my food and my internet and everything. So, I'm not about to quit my day job to do this. Oh yeah, controller, because real Yakuza use a controller. Alright, new game. Alrighty, no, actually, yeah, settings. So music, we're gonna lower down to 20. Effects, we're gonna lower down to 50. Dialogue to 80. Cinema to actually 75, 75. The basic tone. Select. Okay, I'm just stereo. Oh, that's kind of funny. Just adjust speaker. I'm just gonna keep it to the default. Alright. Don't adjust any of those. Don't adjust any of those. Full screen, virtual sync. No, do not do unlimited FPS. I'm gonna have problems if you do. Alrighty, new game. Normal. Unfortunately, not everyone can be $1 million streamer, but it would be nice if that was the case. Oh my gosh. Okay, granted, never gonna hit, like, millionaire kind of status and what have you. I need to pause this. Have people seen, like, the latest shit that the big top tier streamers are talking about Hassan Piker, I think his name is? I think his name is Hassan Piker. Like, they were... The ridiculousness of his... Here he is, like, you know, doing 9-hour streams in his home that he owns, doing whatever the fuck he wants for streaming, and I can't remember the context of what exactly he was watching, because it was during that segment of, like, you know, when he's trying to fill the 9 hours, he's just having videos playing, and then sometimes he'll have his commentary or whatnot, and he goes through this thing of, like, you know, there's a lot more, like, you know, labor-intensive jobs, but they don't drain you the same way as streaming does. What the fuck? First and foremost, there are way more jobs out there that will drain you, like, every which way, harder and faster and stronger than anything else that streaming does, okay? Like, just... And what's more is, like, if they're gonna make the argument of, like, oh, no, it's about, like, you know, interacting on social medias and da-da-da, it's like, no. Then we're getting into the fun little bit where you're not talking about just streaming, you're talking about, like, actually being an internet persona and shit like that. And that is... And either way, we go back to the very beginning of, it is a very privileged job you have here, Hassan. Like, it's... Like, everyone might have their thing of, like, you know, pushing at him because of, like, whether or not he can still be a socialist despite spending $3 million and what have you, or whether he can still, like, make these sorts of commentaries where he is. I'm sorry, but hold on a sec, huh? Yeah, Hassan. Hang on a sec. Let me see if I can find it. Different larger streamers have done their thingy-madiggy. Where is it? Hassan Piker streaming is so... I need to find a clip. I need to find a clip that someone has done, and hopefully it hasn't been removed. Oh my god, why give me a... Is this it? All right, hang on a second. I need to copy the vid. I need to open this up rather than on Google Chrome where it will be, taken out of the VOD and shit like that. All right, paste into there. It's not explicitly a clip from Hassan's channel using Twitch.tv. It's, someone doing a fucking recording and then adding it onto...
A real job can be...
Adding it in via Twitter. So,
Yes, a real job can be gruesome.
Actually, hang on a sec. Do I want to... Donk. Wrong thing. Ding, dong. Ding. Now you know how it is with a real job feels unemployed, Lamau. So he's just like browsing the internet at this point from the looks of it. Bans someone.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will. So,
first and foremost, I don't think you're contracted to do 9 hours of streaming. Secondly, you don't have to do 9 hours of streaming. There is jobs that are going to be more soul sucking than street aiming. I think like someone did a comment because here's the thing is this clip has been picked up by Asmongold, it's been picked up by XQC, it's been picked up by a lot of like reactioners and shit like that, where they've had their argument of like, oh, like you could be working in retail, you could be working with a like. Here's the thing: many jobs can have the soul crushing aspect, and I can tell you how it doesn't require the actual job itself doesn't have to be soul crushing. You know what will make it soul crushing? A boss, a manager. Hassan, meanwhile, has what? Someone from Twitch that like is someone he's able to like go to as sort of a bridge, because technically speaking, when you're going through Twitch, you're technically self-employed. So there's probably like nuances that I remember, like what's Mahuzi? Spice 8 Rack. They talked about a book. I need to find it again. They talked about a book about how in the modern generation, because of the introduction of the gig economy and the removal of explicitly a person managing you and such like that, there is like now this stranger sort of like boss that is constructed by you, forcing you to do these things and such like that, which, didn't exactly exist when we first came up with, the nomenclatures and the terminology for when, fight against the powers of those who just simply own you to seize the means of your work and what have you. Like, not enjoying what you do will always make it soul crushing, and bad bosses definitely make it like more. Yeah. I'd like to see him try and become anything other than a streamer, like a commercial driver engineer. Here's the thing, is that Hassan has a job, but it's not just streaming. This is the thing, is that like, where he's in right now is a job, and there can be like, the hurdles and what have you, but there is nothing about like streaming explicitly that I feel like warrants it being a higher sort of like work, sort of like, drain, negative, or anything else. This, you're doing at your own pace and such like that. And the idea of like, oh, doing it for 9 hours, like the only people that normally do that for 9 hours are those who can get away with it. There are like crazy people who will do this for like 12 hours, and some who will do like subathons, like what Ludwig did, where he was doing it for basically a month straight. Ugh. Oh, this just annoyed. Just annoyed with the man. Like, so many more soul-sucking jobs. And for him to, like, let's be real, like, as well, is that he's not talking about, like, the normal person trying to do 9 hours like soul sucking. This is because, let's be real, not a lot of streamers stream for 9 hours. The average that streamers will stream is more like 3 to 4 hours. So that's not even a full day's work. There's probably stats out there that Twitch has of like, oh, the median number of hours that a stream will go on for, that is part of the affiliates or that's part of the partners, it will be X amount of time, this many times a week or something like that. There will be, you know, greater like numbers when you get up to like, you know, the more signed partners like who Hassan Piker is, because I'm pretty sure there's a contract with him of like, oh, because you get this different kind of cut. They're not renewing that kind of shit now, but back when they had them, you had to stream it for a certain amount of hours in a month or something like that, and it was usually like a high number, and hence why people would do these like 9-hour streams, because then it turns into, rather than doing like 7 hours 5 times a week, you instead do like 9 hours, and you do it like, you know, probably 8 times a fortnight or 15 times a month and get so much more time off. I know a streamer that went on for like 2 weeks. That was a fun occasion. I imagine that guy was drained. But those who are doing those long-ass streams, it's not invoked because of streaming. The length of time is invoked by your own merit and your own sort of like biases and stuff like that. And what's more, back to Hassan, the thing that I'm more pissed off about is that he's making a point of like the 9 hours being soul sucking and such like that, and not everyone does the 9 hours. I feel like he's doing the 9 hours. Here's the thing. What are you doing in those 9 hours? Please, not the Fortnite. I had an assignment once that made me convert units to furlongs per fortnight. I've never been the same since. Not to worry. Hassan's stuff is a mixture of political commentary, and this goes on for probably an hour or two. But then there's these like long ass segments where he's watching and doing a little bit of critique on the videos and such like that. And there is a whole discourse about using reactive content, React Andes or what have you, and using that as your basis for income and what have you. And like, you know, this gets under fire so many times from individuals like XQCE and Hassan and individuals like them, where it's not, where the transformative aspect is like argumentatively not there. And really, like, when that kind of shit happens, there needs to be a small copyright claims court. Because if there's a small copyright claims court, guess what? The original uploader of the video can probably look to Hassan and go like, you know, point copyright infringement, or XQCE, which will probably be even funnier. Copyright infringement, nothing you've done is transformative. They then have to stand before a fucking court case, like what Ethan from H3 had to do against Whatsamahuzi, and then have to sit with them and be like, oh, this was live streamed or something like that. It couldn't have been that. But then there comes the point of like, well, it's uploaded to your YouTube channel. You're making money off of the YouTube channel, and da-da-da. It's, I feel like reaction content is probably going to Ouroboros itself eventually. The React content is... Here's the thing, is like the way they go on about React content, like those that are trying to say why it will stay and why they do it, is they make it seem as if it's more like a film review or a critique of the property. Don't really see that too strongly. Now, you know, some people, for example, I think Asmongold reacted to like Josh Strife Hayes shit. Josh Strife Hayes very much pointed out of like, you know, he's probably gotten to the level of success that he has because of someone like Asmongold, a much bigger streamer, seeing his content and not only, you know, doing like Asmongold is the goal, is like probably not the highest standard, but I feel like he should be seen as the minimum standard. Because when you have the original video being 30 minutes long, but then Asmongold's video of reacting to it is an hour and 10 long, that's a good thing. That means that, you know, for the half an hour it took him to watch it, there's been at least half an hour of conversation about it that you can then, you know, jump off from and what have you. Absolutely love it. When it's something like XQCE, where it's like, oh, here's an hour and 4-minute video, and the XQCE video itself is an hour and 8 minutes, like, what the fuck are you doing? There's highly doubt you've transformed that shit. I'm done ranting about like streaming meta and things like that. It will probably come up if I'm being honest with myself again, and my brain does that, but maybe something else will come. The early 1980s in Kamurocho, Tokyo. Hi there, little Incineroar. Welcome to the stream. Wait, is that our police officer from the previous game, or no? He's too young. Wait, no, 1980s. This is him. The 1980s. This is before the events of Yakuza 1 technically. Yep, this is the police officer. Probably, but we'll cross that road when we get there. Absolutely. Thank you for sticking around with me, Sage, by the by. I appreciate those that, you know, engage with me and such like that, rather than just sort of sitting and leaving me to stew with my brain. It is never a fun time for me to stew on my brain, okay? I need conversation. This is how I, you know, cheat socializing and shit like that. I don't socialize that much at work. Sometimes I do, and it's kind of fun, but not all the time. This is how I get it. We're social creatures at heart. We would go insane. Oh, that's, Kazuma. He was...
함정이 아니야. 내가 죽어도 조직은 영원해. 두고 봐라.
So yeah, he mentioned he was like a hitman or something like that for the Yakuza, like back for the Tojo clan.
What? What?
I always like interesting content, and I get it that it's very dangerous to let yourself ramble about your own in your own noggin. Yeah, no, exactly. No, there was like yesterday, for instance, there was this like one sort of Also, was he hearing like a baby cry or something that was going on? Ah, yes.
安心しろ。俺は奴らとは関係ねえんだ。こっから逃げるんだ。その子を渡せ。
오지 마. 아이는 절대 못 줘.
やめろ!
이거 놔. 죽게 내버려둬.
They just really do not respect women.
何の罪もねえ子を
Games, do they?
死なせちゃいけねえだろ。
I just let you two sort it out, because if I would add my sympathy, it would get wilder. You can't say that and expect me to leave it. What do you mean wilder? What are you talking about? Tell me. Tell me. I want to know now. I want to know. You gotta spill that tea. You can't just be like, let's just say that I have sheer hate towards reaction streamers. Oh, dude, valid. That's fair. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, one of the things I had to like sort of agree with myself on, like, I've only done it like maybe 2 times so far, is watching a trailer. And every time and those 2 times I've done it, it's never sat right with me. Being on stream and watching the thing. Like, I will more often than not, like, I wanna stop it. I wanna like comment on it and what have you, go back a few paces. Like, I would be a terrible, like, if we're at a cinema or I'm at a friend's house and we're binge watching something, yeah, I'll shut up. I won't say anything until the credits normally, and all that kind of shit. But if you put me in, like, say, a Discord call or a stream where we're meant to be watching something, nah, you're not gonna. I can't do that. It's gonna be like the fucking Mystery Cinema 9000 or whatever the fuck that TV show was called, where you just had like nothing but hecklers. That's it. It was nothing but heckling on the movie and all that kind of shit. That's probably the only, like, that's probably what the thing, and like that's how I would hope my interactions of like watching shit as like the primary streaming or Discord reason is we're going to be heckling the nonsense. So, yeah. Only two occasions I've done like the reaction thing as far as I've known. And that's been for video game trailers where that's like 2 to 3 minutes. And I'm going to be stuck talking about that shit for like 15 and, you know, poking chat and being like, "Hey, did you notice this? Can we talk about this? Did I ever tell you the Yakuza actually put their backing behind the game series?" It sounds familiar. I think it's the case of, like, I just sort of was like, yeah, this makes sense, because, like, whenever you deal with organized crime media, or whenever, sorry, let me rephrase that. Whenever you deal with media that's depicting an organized crime group, normally, you're, like, unless they're just a background thing of, like, oh, here's a fictional assassin like club or something like that, and and there's like, oh, one person was an ex-KGB and is now part of the Russian mafia. It's like, you don't do too much, like, you know, research and all that kind of shit. But when it's something like The Godfather or The Sopranos, oh, you ask permission, you check in with them, because guess what, you just need one of them to look at a character and be like, that shit is me. They stole my likeness, and I don't like how they depicted this caricature. And then they just go, oh, they just like fucking whip out the cold steel and just go like, I hate how you drew me, and then be done with it. That's what you don't want that. And the best way to get away with that is, you know, approach someone and be like, hey, listen, we need to talk to the mob. We're working on a mob film. They probably don't have to try that hard as well. Like, if they're already working on the film or TV show or movie, and it's like, oh, the mob is involved, and they're like, someone within the mob is probably going to hear about it, and they're going to be like, what do you mean they're calling it The Sopranos? Who's The Sopranos? And then, fly, hang on. Yeah. All right, I didn't kill the fly. It's not a shock to me that the Yakuza would have been, like, somehow involved with the Yakuza game. I feel like it would be a case of Sopranos, where the altos? I don't know that reference. I'm gonna be real with you. I've not seen The Sopranos. I do not care about The Sopranos. All I know about The Sopranos is that it was like one of HBO's like biggest TV shows that popularized the whole like drama TV show, and they then like used like The Wire, The Sopranos to do like other TV shows, and then they did Game of Thrones, and then that fucking bombed to shit. Live action Stitch movie coming soon. Would not like it. Neither have I. It's a musical. Ah, okay. Yeah. The Yakuza game is like GTA if it was an action RPG. Well, GTA is technically already an action RPG, but I would not say this is like GTA. This is more like...
20年以上経つのか。
내가
trying to
죽어도
think.
조직은 영원해.
Like,
두고 봐라.
I would more say like, because here's the thing, is like GTA is like very much prevalent on the open world, and, you know, within the open world doing the crazy shit and what have you. The open world in this is more like backdressing to go from like one mission to a different side mission and what have you. Like, for instance, like all like in Yakuza, you can't really make your own fun you can't really like create a narrative or do like extra crazy nonsense unless you are in a side mission to help support it. Whereas with GTA, you could get away with getting out of the tutorial and then absolutely going to town, taking over the city however you want, and then going into the main story. Whereas in this game, it's very much, it's very strongly mission and story driven.
てめえらだ。この辺りの店荒らし回ってる中国系のチンピラっての。
知ってるのなら話が早い。店の金全部出せ。
てめえらに渡す金なんかねえ。力ずくで奪うんなら俺を倒してからにしな。
度胸ある日本人ね。
So far, so good.
てめえらよそもんにこの町を好き勝手させるわけにはいかねえんだよ。
さすが店長、すごいっすね。
I could not do that. Well, I couldn't keep to it, technically
物
speaking.
騒になってきやがった。
また1年前のようなとんでもない事件が起きるんすかね。
そうなってもらいたくねえんだが。
Oh yeah, so Yakuza 1 went off in 2000. I thought it went off in 2000, but really went off in 2005. So we went through that. The top of Millennium Tower exploded. Or it's just this right now. Kashiwagi, patriarch of the Kazuma family, Tocho clan subsidy. Yep, okay, so he's still alive. Good for him.
スターダストの前で揉め事があったそうです。
相手は関西もんか？
いや、たちの悪い外国人だそうです。
そうか。
It's wild that 2005 was almost 20 years ago. It is a little bit wild.
近頃わけのわからん
放っておけと言ってんだろ。
はい。
何が発端で戦争の火種になるかわからねえんだ。
関西は本気で関東進出。
近江四天王の一人だった寺田がこっちのトップになったんだ。向こうからすれば面白くはね。下手すりゃ東と西の全面戦争になるかもしれん。
Final Fantasy X is like a 20-year-old game right now. When you think of 20-year-old games, you think of, oh, only like 2D sprite shit? That's not true. 20-year-old games are 3D environments like
若いやつにきつく言っておけ。勝手に跳ねるんじゃねえとな。
はい。
I need to kill that fly when I have a chance. Arg.
こっちから仕掛けるか、待ち受けるか。
Or bait the attack. Oh, I forgot to do the caption thing. Hang on a second. Ding. Unfortunately, ultimatecc.net requires you to like go to the website and tell it to start listening. Otherwise, it's not going to do the closed caption through the overlay thing. So should be good now, though.
お前ならどうする？
あれから20数年、俺たちはこの時を待ってた。わ
しにはあんたらの過去などどうでもいい。早いとこ派手にドカンと花火打ち上げてくださいや。
そう焦るな。これは闇に葬られた仲間の恨みなんだ。俺たちは待っていたんだ。復讐の時をただひたすら待っていたんだ。
その変なこと知ったこっちゃないわ。余計なおしゃべりしとって盗み聞きされたりしてはりませんでしょうな。
問題ない。私はこの道のプロだ。盗聴することはあってもされることはない。
まあいい。これだけは言うと。わしとあんたらは仲間やない。
Put your fingers that close to the numbers.
目的が一緒なだけ。
The finger stay to the side of the phone. Don't do this like curling the fingers over shit. That is a terrible idea.
火の海にするだけじゃ物足りない。 それだけじゃ無駄死にしていった連中が浮かばれやしない。
Alright, so it was the early 1980s. We're in 2005.
許してくれカズマ。お前の
So
親殺したのは俺なんだ。
一夜でもいい。
quarter style.
一目でもいいから。もう一回。
No,
カズマに会いたかっ
that's a
た。
terrible way to hold the phone and be real with you.
その夢が叶ったの。
How do I kill a fly?
こんな奴に好きにさせてたまるかよ。最後のけじめくらい
Series had a collab.
俺につけさせろ。
Series.
やめろ
Well,
やめるんだ錦錦
I don't think it would work. Like, okay, because here's the thing. GTA through character interaction is funny, but the game sets itself up for seriousness and, you know, the whole American quality of, you know, staying in with it and stuff like that. Whereas with Yakuza, the game isn't that serious, though. I don't know, like, looking at the two games, I feel like GTA is like, it's more of a satire on reality, whereas this one just feels like more of a parody of reality. I'm probably not making sense with that one. Oh, look at that chin. 4%, that's, you could do better. Hard to believe it's been a whole year. People say time heals all wounds, but sometimes they just become scars. And being here opens them all up again. 10%'s not bad. Alright. Okay, here's the problem. I can't read kanji, so I don't know if, like, this is the one I have to explicitly... That's kind of cool that she just, like, grabs his hand. Alright, can I... Yep. Full year has passed since Kazuma's passing. Last year had such a huge impact on my life. Remember the events of 1 year ago. Just have this as like a quick little like backdrop. We like technically speaking, we already went through all this. Like, okay, that one did not happen last year. That happened like 10, 11, yeah, that's as it says, 11 years ago. He took the blame for the death of the Dojima family matriarch. And, you know, he did that to, you know, to have Niji-sama not, you know, take a fall or anything like that. And the whole reason they did that was because, you know, Yumi was taken advantage of, I think. You're reading the dialogue. You can piece it together.
子供の頃から愛し続けた女ユミだった両親がいなかった俺にとってその3人はこの世で唯一の家族と言える存在だった
But yeah, we had like this whole like
だが
you know, Nishikima kills Dojima leader. We take the fall for it, which, you know, most people who were like, you know, directly tied with Kiryu were sort of like, we don't explicitly believe. And we get this whole spiral of, like, I don't know if we got this during the original Yakuza game. I only played Kiwami, but we were seeing how Nishikama was just descending into madness and villainy. And it was like, I saw that shit, like, when they gave us the second time we saw Nishiki, and he has, like, his hair slicked back, and he's like, oh, what happened to the 10 million yen? Or 10 billion yen. It's like, yeah, no, he's the villain. He's like, very much, you know, doing some nonsense and just making our life worse and shit like that. And it's like, the biggest reason as to why is, indirectly speaking, we don't make his life improvable. Like, this guy, right here. The only time Nishiki's life improved is when people started forgetting who the fuck Kiryu was. Because here's the thing, is like, even though he was responsible for the death of a patriarchal member, he only got expulsion. He wasn't like, you know, there was no retribution to him besides the fact of, oh, we don't really have a care for you. All I could say when I see Nishiki becoming what he became was, you ungrateful fuck. It's the, like, I hate how he progressed, because a part of me feels like if it wasn't for Kiryu, he wouldn't be part of the Yakuza. And he would probably be better for it as well. That fucker right there. The only reason he's in the Yakuza, I feel like, is because of, you know, Kiryu going into it and, you know, doing it because his father figure and all that kind of shit. I imagine Nishiki, because here's the thing, is Kazuma did not want Kiryu going into the Yakuza. I feel like if Kiryu wasn't, you know, in the picture, Nishiki would have initially said, I want to be in the Yakuza, and, you know, Kazuma would just sort of be like, no, you can be better than this. The Yakuza is not for you and shit. In which case Nishiki would be like, oh yeah, you're right. You're a father figure to me. I won't do that. I will make you proud, father. And then, you know, does his own fucking thing. He might have an interaction with the Yakuza, but it would be in the case that he would see the Yakuza as not a desirable figure and what have you. Because when we see him, like, in Yakuza 0, we see him as our best mate. And that's it. We don't see him as a threat within the Yakuza structure if he wasn't friends with us. We don't see him as power hungry. We don't see him as leader. We just see him as our best mate. And, you know, we go through Yakuza Kiwami 1, 10 years passes by, he's stuck in the Yakuza, he's leading a family that wouldn't have been for him, it would have been for Kiryu. So everyone is thinking of Kiryu, and it isn't until he breaks, because here's the thing, is like, he did some really dumb shit. Like, he was seen as desperate. He was not seen as an authoritative or menacing or, like, you know, a no-nonsense figure in the Yakuza during and shortly after Kiryu was arrested. Like, he was seen as just a, you know, an okay guy and such like that. Forever would have been an underling. It was only when the shit, like, hit the fan and he, like, got in trouble, like, not only once, but twice. Once because he couldn't control one of his underlings and, you know, breaking into territory that wasn't his to work with, because the Tojo clan is very heavily organized in a very tight space. But then the fact that the very person that he, like, needed money to get, like, the very reason why he was getting this money was from a scam that sounds very much like, you know, that one of his underlings knew that this guy was doing. So there was no sense of, you know, people protecting him because of, you know, they were afraid of him or anything like that. The Yakuza is not going to stick like, from what we've seen with the Yakuza, they're not going to stick their neck out because you are, like, a well-meaning person and you deserve better than this. People stick their neck out when they don't want to be next on the list. And it isn't until Nishiki, like, 2 years after being in the job and shit like that, where, you know, he has his villain arc, kills one of his highest earners and shit like that because of the nonsense that the doctor did on him and shit like that, and then he slicks back his hair and such. Does he finally, you know, become a Yakuza? And the problem is that he becomes a Yakuza without any of the Kiryu influences, which means he's not a better Yakuza than Kiryu. He's just another Yakuza member. He's not influenced positively by Kiryu because the only reason he can be in the Yakuza is without Kiryu influence. It's always trying to move backwards in the line for the guillotine.
組長の皆さんがいるこの場で3代目に伺います。
So yeah.
東都銀行の貸金庫にあった
If Kiryu didn't go into the Yakuza or he wasn't involved, then he wouldn't be in the Yakuza himself and he'd be doing his own sort of progression and what have you. But because Kiryu was there, he was standing behind Kiryu's shadow, just couldn't become his own before it was like, you know, way too late in the development. That's the other thing. Nishiki was responsible for that as well.
次第に俺は事件に巻き込まれていく。俺は風間のおやっさんの言葉を信じ、事件と関係するという行方不明の弓を探す。だがそこで出会ったのは一人の少女だった。
Doesn't even know how to properly hold a gun. Has no trigger discipline. Keep remembering? No. We don't need to keep remembering. We know I've played for the first game. It's relatively recent memory. The girl is like the illegitimate child of Yumi and a politician. The politician was money laundering through the Tojo clan and had like billions of dollars worth of stuff. This guy became, technically speaking, the 5th head of the Tojo clan because Kiryu is the 4th, and then like immediately after he became the 4th due to the will of Watsumahuzi, he resigned from it and passed it on to him.
しかし関西の連中に待ち伏せされていたら、ここは人の魂が安らかに眠っとるところや。そこを血で染めるような下品な真似はせんやろ。 しかし柏木の頭から保護に抜かりはないようにと言われておりますので。一人で差しで話をしたいもんがおるんや。お前らいつでも道具は抜けるようにしとけ。はい。
お母さん、はるか買い物に行ったりご飯作ったり桐生のおじさんと楽しくやってるから安心してね。
おやっさん、どうして自分だけが残っちまったんでしょうか。しかし仇となった今ははるかを立派に育て上げるつもりです。
Oh yeah, he left the thing.
4代目。
He still gets called a 4th chairman. Lol.
一人で来るとは不用心だな。
若いもんは向こうで待たせてあります。どうしても4代目にだけはお話ししておきたいことがありまして。
4代目はよしてくれ。俺はもう仇だ。で、何の話だ。
実は近江連合の合田会長と杯を交わそうと思っております。
杯？
近江連合との全面戦争をするにはもはやそれしか方法が。
I went to Arlington Cemetery last year in October, and like the Arlington Cemetery, if you're not aware, is a cemetery over in Washington D.C. / Virginia, open as some sort of field. Many of the gravestones are to U.S. veterans. So, and this goes as far back as the. I think it goes as far back as the. What was the one after the American? It was prior to the Civil War. It still gets used in today's age and such. It got a lot of usage during World War I, World War II. Let me be real with you. That one was like, even though it was like kind of on a hill as well, so there was this huge French Indian. No, French Indian was prior to the American Revolution. It was after the American Revolution, I want to say. So, because I'm pretty sure it was used during the American Civil War for sure. Anywho's not important. Point is, cemetery, very big, lot of grassy knoll and all that, and it's on like a hill as well. So, like as you're going through the site, you're going up a hill, getting to like this building or something or rather, and you know you get to see more. You sort of have this bird's eye view of or not a bird's eye, but you get like a higher elevated view of Washington D.C. from beyond it and what have you. So you're not very good with history. You're great with science though. Nice. I will rely on you for the science then. You can course correct me on scientific nonsense like the element of surprise not actually being in the periodic table. But yeah, like Arlington Cemetery, like I very much like, you know, I don't know, just it felt important to be respectful there for sure. And it just had like this environment with the trees and everything. I quite like, yeah. Didn't feel.
1年前のあの事件で東上界の内部はガタガタです。戦争となればまた多くの血が流れ、東上界は近江連合に乗っ取られてしまいます。それだけはなんとか避けたいと。
お前と合田会長では格が違う。向こうがその話を飲むとは思えんがな。
十二分に承知しておりますが、しかし
寺田、東上界の5代目はお前だ。仇の俺が口を挟むことじゃねえ。
先代なら東上界のこの危機をどう乗り越えるか、ご意見をお聞かせください。先代。
I don't know if he can give you much guidance. He was just the chairman for like 2 days tops. It's not like he has. Where the fuck did that come from?
お前ら何の真似だ。
寺田藩の首いただきに来たんや。
関西の送り込んできた鉄砲玉か。
東上界のボディーガードは脇が甘いですな。
うちの組員たちの。
あとは穴掘って埋めるだけですわ。
なんやと。
ここは墓地や。運ぶ手間省けてええんとちゃいますか。
はるかと逃げてくれ。
しかし
その体に東上界の未来がかかってんだ。俺が相手になってやる。お前らに極道の礼儀ってもんを教えてやるぜ。
Man, for a man who's not part of the Yakuza, you get into a lot of Yakuza's business. This is an entirely different looking system. What the hell? What is with this ragdoll? There's been a huge change between Kiwami like 1 and Kiwami 2. Press when you see the flaming heat. What's flaming heat? Press Y when the to enter. This is an entirely this feels like an entirely different system right now. Why the fuck did you do that? Believe it or not, at best he would have been grazed.
これを持って近江連合の合田会長のもとへ。わしと桐生さんとでは器が違う。登場会の明日を思えばこれでええんです。
Watch as we become the 6th Tojo clan leader.
頼みました。
寺田
She's not having a great teenage years.
寺田寺田
寺田さん、
しっかりしろ寺田
寺田さん。
I feel like there was a better course of action. Well, the thing is that if he didn't try to block the bullet, here's the thing, is that it was shooting like at his left shoulder. Kiryu was more positioned on his right shoulder. So really, Kiryu most likely wouldn't have actually have been like mortally wounded.
しばらくひまわりに行ってる。大切なお仕事があるんでしょう。お仕事が終わったら迎えに来てね。
She's gonna have interesting stories to tell at least. Yeah, she's gonna tell of the time that she survived a bombing at Millennium Tower. I don't read Japanese. I don't know what that says. You better give me fucking subtitles for what that says. I'm gonna Google this. What the fuck did they write? Oh, ding dong. Yakuza Kiwami 2 Chapter 1 letter from... What was the name of the... was the first series flashback takes place, is revealed, acting, went to former brother. So he hands over to Kiri the instructions he gave to the chairman of the Omni Alliance. Yeah, but could you tell me what the actual letter is written? Like, okay, so what did Yakuto Teruga write in chapter 1? Okay, I'm not going to get a straight answer with that. Okay, moving back to the game. Maybe they'll just tell me explicitly. The page had words and they were in order. Do I know those words? Maybe some of them. Do I know the order? No. Left to right, going down, I believe.
近江連合5代目合田会長と兄弟のちぎりを交わし、これをもって長きにわたる抗争の終結を強く望むものであります。
Acting chairwoman of the Tojo clan. Oh.
まさかこの書状を関西に持っていくつもりですか。大工、落ち着け。親の玉を取った相手のところに出かけて行って杯交わしてくださいなんて、笑い話にもなりませんでしょうが。
じゃあお前は5代目の仇を討つというのか。
やられたらやり返す。それが極道です。
兄弟、あんたが勝手に動いてとばっちり食うのはごめんだ。
ケツまくるってのか。
戦争すんにも金が必要なんだよ。
金金金って、おめえには極道のメンツがねえのか。
おだまり。
are you here?
関西へ行くつもりだね。
5代目との約束です。姉さん、この一件自分に任せてもらえませんか。
桐生。
あんたも全面戦争は避けるべきだと考えてるんだね。
はい。
向こうが話を飲むとは思えんが。
それも承知の上です。ですが、これは寺田の遺言なんです。
下手したら殺されるよ。
覚悟はできています。
まさか合田会長と差し違えるつもりじゃないだろうね。
相手の出方次第では。
あんたまだ11年前の堂島殺しのことにこだわってるのかい？あれは錦山がやったことだろう。あんたの責任じゃない。
錦とはガキの頃から一緒でした。血のつながった兄弟よりも絆は強い。錦の残した借りは自分のものです。
That's not exactly how debts work, but
止めても
sure.
無駄だね。
I'm gonna be real, Nishiki would probably would have been such a dick that he would not have accepted any debts you had left over.
分かった。この件はあんたに預けよ
う。But that's why you're you and Nishiki's Nishiki.
姉さん、本当ですか？
でもそれじゃ近江が考え直すことはできないんですか。
桐生は登場会のために命かけるって言ってんだ。文句あるやつは今前に出な。杯の話が決裂したら後戻りができない。東と西の全面戦争だよ。お前もこれでいいね。
はいですが、一つだけ頼みがあります。
言ってごらん。
関西に行く前にどうしても会いたい人間がいます。
誰だい？
堂島大吾です。堂島組長とあなたの息子さんです。
どうしてだ？
寺田が死に登場会は柱を失った。今の登場会を立て直せるのは奴を置いて他にはいません。あいつは暴力や権力に絶対に屈しない男です。今の登場会にはそうした男が必要です。
遺言代わりってことかい？
そう取ってもらって構いません。
あんた
ですから関西に行く前にどうしても大悟に会っておきたいんです。
I'm gonna be real. I didn't go through that many side quests in Yakuza
なぜ
Zero,
ですか？
so I do not know if Daigo was
大悟は
someone
もう
we would have
昔のあの子じゃない。
known, like back in Yakuza
何があ
Zero.
ったんですか？
But this is the first time I'm hearing about Daigo. I hate how this game does this, where they just sort of throw characters. They did it with Yakuza 1 with the
大悟が刑
senator
務所に
or
入っていたことは知ってるね。
はい。
like in Yakuza 1, I thought Haruka, the girl that we're taking care of, I thought she was the illegitimate child of Dojima and Yumi. I thought that was what the relationship was. Turns out I was completely wrong. The relationship of Haruka and Yumi, the father was like some random fucking political man, and then there comes the info lore dump of like, oh, this political man for years now has been using the Tojo clan for money laundering and shit, and is looking to utilize these 10 billion yen to like further strengthen his control in the Japanese political world and become prime minister. And I'm just sort of like, did not fucking see that coming. Didn't know we were going to deal with Japanese politics that way. I've never played this game, so I couldn't tell you about any family relations. Well, that's fine. That's fine. This is this is like, well, technically speaking, this is the this is the 4th Yakuza game that I'm playing. I played Yakuza Like a Dragon. that was absolutely fun. Love the turn-based. I want to play Infinite Wealth, but I didn't have the monies for it, and I got to save up for it. So I'm using my Xbox Game Pass, because that's a whole lot cheaper, to go through the Yakuza series we have available there, which is from Yakuza 0 all the way to Yakuza 6. Hopefully, by the time I get up to Yakuza 6 and I get that done, someone, hint hint, might gift to me Yakuza Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
5年前と聞きました。
あんたが無所にいた頃の話さ。あいつは父親の堂島をあんたに殺されたと思って荒れていた。それでバカやらかしてね。
バカ。
関西に手を出したんだよ。それで捕まっちまったんだ。服役して今は出所してカムロ町に帰ってきてるが、毎日浴びるように酒飲んじゃバカみたいに遊んで暮らしているよ。あいつは力の入らない人形みたいになっちまったんだ。まあ会ってみればわかるさ。
New message. Welcome to Yakuza Kiwami 2. My name is Kawami Bob from the Tips newsletter. I'll be explaining all the basic details of the game as you make progress. Be sure to check here if there's anything you don't understand. Oh my god, there's so much. Oh, what's this? You found a key for the Kanahe Boulevard E3. Cool. Wait, can I kick this can? No, I can't. Get pushed. Get pushed. Trip again. I dare you. Do it. Do it. You won't, pencil pusher. Come on. Trip over. Trip over, you pencil pusher. Fine. Okay, so we now get, like, increases the chance of enemies recognition. And then this is the park that, What's-in-the-Whoozy... We've been into this park several times. Another coin key. Excuse me while I just, like, look down nooks and crannies to get myself some easy, collectibles. The quality of this is, like, it's a lot higher, and I feel like it's to serve a grimier, Yakuza. Oh, hello.
Oi.
Help me, please! Who the hell are you? Mind your business and piss off. And keep your mouth shut, Honda, or are you trying to die? Huh? You got an attitude problem? Maybe we'll get warmed up on you then. This isn't how you're supposed to find your keys and other trinkets in real life. No, that's not how. Ruthless, you can choose to run away from these thugs, but you'll learn if you teach them a lesson instead. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Bear was, like, probably one of my favorite forms to take part of in Yakuza 1, because I was able to just, like, throw punches, and then if I was near a Oh my god. Oh no. I kind of need to go to the bathroom. What is this game doing? Why is it... Like Gravity Falls, Kamurocho has very dangerous litter in the streets. I highly believe that. It wants me to learn things. Noted. Son of a bitch! I'll remember this, Honda! Okay. Real talk, I actually do need to go to the bathroom. I cannot handle... I can't handle this. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm busting. You're gonna be hit with an advertisement because, as I don't exactly want... Because, like, an advertisement would normally go off in, like, 20 minutes. But if I do it now, while I'm going to the bathroom, then you don't have to, you know, worry about the advertisement in 20 minutes. And, you know, it's going off at a time when, quite frankly, I'm not gonna be doing anything. I'm gonna be in the bathroom. Bathroom break. BRB. And then we run the BRB videos in the background. Oh, I'm about to bust. Tango! Tell me what he can turn into. During the Fourth War, in bear form! In bear form! Fourth Age, in bear form! You're not telling me he can turn into a bear? It's called bear form!
That's not canon.
What do you mean it's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? Oh, shit. Alright, let me pick up your balls. Saving $200 a month in my normal thingamadiggy. So 625. So 625 minus $200, which means that even if I get rid of only 2/3 of my, so because I think last month I spent 680 times by 0.666. Even if I only get rid of like 2/3 of my takeaway budget, then there's an additional $450 I can use into other expenses, or I can put it into saving, which means that by the time October comes along, then I would have saved for at least the $3,500 it would have cost me to do that. And that is before I get money from Twitch or from, you know, the tax return from Australia this year. So yeah, also, hi there, Butts. Welcome to the stream. Hi there, Zapper. Oh, Elon, no, you know what Elon Musk would be? Elon Musk would be a protogen. Or what is that species called? Is that the right name? Protogen. Is that the... Yes, protogen. Elon Musk would be a protogen, and he would, you know what? He would have the goal to be like, this is an original species. Elon would most certain 100%. You can clip me on this one, so I have to stand by this. If Elon Musk got a persona, it would be a protogen, and he would make it seem like as if he invented that species. That's what Elon Musk would do. He wouldn't be a snake. He'd be a Jared just being like, "Hey, 14. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed final?" Wait, hang on a second. I got the text. Hang on a second. Let me get the text. Jared's just like, tapping away, and it's like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes an entirety of a Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. Do I have it as a command? Hold on.
Yeah, oh, that GrantZeebs. What a guy. What
yes.
a complete himbo bottom.
Yeah, what a character.
Nah.
Wait, I just realized what you just said. What the hell? You take that back. This is the most himbo you're going to find me.
That stole your shirt. I'm sorry, I just wanted to oogle zebra titties.
Oogle. Oogle before the zebra titties. Meow. Hang on a second, let me move my keyboard out of the way so I can do so I can drag it across the desktop. Watch this nonsense. Wait, water. Spin! Spinning. Shut up! Alright. Do we have car keys? I'm back, by the by. Well, I'm back, by the by. I love how jiggly and squishy your pecs are on your VTuber. It's especially funny when you're talking about something, you just lift your arm, and there's just 4,000 pixels of jiggle physics. Oh yeah, like, look at this shit. Oh, I don't have it in the arms, but I do have it in the hands. Like, the bathroom break was a break. Thank you so much. What happened? See, I asked this guy to settle his tab, and then his goons got up in my face. Who? The guy with the tab, I mean. Some Yakuza punk named Daigo Dojima. He was headed towards the theater, but I'm sure he's long gone now. Oh, and thanks for saving me there. You can have this. Cool, I get equipment. Oh my god, the tutorial is a lot more invasive in this game than it is others. Select the thing, raise your defenses, and activate special effects. You can also get if you equip certain combinations of items. Cool. Keep a diary, never get lost. Kiwami Bob here. Let's talk about saving your game. When you want to save, select continue from the... Yep, cool. Kiwami Bob again. Today I'll be telling you about the map. Kiwami Bob here. Do you know sprinting? Attacking. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Charging attacks, throwing enemies. Man in black. Cool. Also, hi-hat. Does this mean I can fight people? Does this mean I can actually, like, start bumping into them and force them into fights? Hey, fight me. Nah. Want to go eat at the Millennium Tower? Okay, that's boring.
Boy.
Sprinting was an upgrade after you finished Crash 3. Oh, Crash Bandicoot, The Wrath of Cortex. The fourth Crash Bandicoot game. I remember that. Alrighty. Help me! What's going on? This drunk came up and groped me. I told him off, then he hit me. Did he now? Oh, does somebody want to play hero today? And I'll give you a hero's death. This man is about to... Wrath of Cortex was 2, 3 was warped. Look at this fucking rat going. This one feels more graphic and I'm all for it. This one's fun. It's an improvement. How can I ever thank you? Who attacked you? Daigo Dojima's goons. Maybe you've heard of him. He and his boys are always getting drunk and causing a scene. Nani? Those were Daigo's? You know where he is? I wouldn't go looking for trouble, sir. I can handle him. Where is he? Inside Club Shine, where I work. I'll take you there. Number 4 didn't have a sprint upgrade. No. There was a sprint upgrade, I swear. What's the one where it introduces the cuz like the way it worked is like they created like there was a new Bandicoot or something like that with a robotic arm or something. And you had to go into the portals and there was like upgrades. One of the upgrades one of the upgrades was like crawling or something, and then there was like a rocket launcher was another like upgrade. That was 3 warped. Okay. See, you're good for things. You would rift it. I wonder if this game has some Golden Suit Men for cash. Most likely. It was in 0, it was in 1. I imagine it's going to be in 2. Let's see how this combat goes. Oh, that looks like it.
久しぶりだな。話がある。おう、兄貴に気安く話しかけんな。兄貴？失礼だろうが。あっちへ行ってな。俺はこいつに話があるんだ。兄貴に向かってこいつだと？お前らに用はねえんだ。少しの間、席を外してくれ。ふざけるな！
You're about to get the shit beat out of you.
ここじゃ店に迷惑がかかる。表いてろ。
He's in trouble. Idiot.
お前らみたいなやつがまだこの町にいたとはな。何が言いて身の程知らずってことだ。言うじゃねえか。でもその口すぐに聞けなくしてやるぜ。やれ。すぐ倒れんじゃねえぞ。
Oh, I thought I could pick up the... Got him. Why do you gotta poke my ass? Baffled, buffoon, and utterly bamboozled. I wouldn't have said it in such language, but let's give it a try.
そんなもんちらつかせたら遊びじゃ済まねえぞ。やめろ。兄貴。お前らがかなう相手じゃねえ。しかしこ こいつは。
店に戻ってろ。言う通りにしろ。
はい。
しつけがなってねえな。
奴ら射程じゃねえ。兄貴兄貴と言って勝手についてくる連中だ。
相変わらず若い奴からの人望はあるんだな。
もう他人とつるむのはごめんだ。
登場会に戻ってくれ。お前が必要だ。
俺にとっちゃ必要のねえ場所だ。ほっといてくれ。
話は姉さんから聞いた。
そうか。ならなおさらだ。ほっといてくれ。
そうはいかない。今は組の存亡がかかってる。
登場会がどうなろうと俺には関係ね
え。お前は登場会に恩があるはずだ。今のお前があるのは組と堂島組長がいたからだろう。
あんたにそんなこと言われる義理はねえ。俺はな、キリュウさん、あんただけは信用していたんだ。憧れの存在なんだ。けど今は違う。親父が殺されてから徐々に組はおかしくなった。今はもう体張るだけの価値はあの組に残っちゃいない。
よくわかってるじゃね
えか。ああ、
お前の言う通り今の登場会にそんな価値はねえ。幹部連中も金勘定ばかりして昔の意向はなくなった。でもな、俺はまだ信じてんだよ。
何をだ。
風間のおやつさんや島野、そしてお前のおやつさんがいた頃の強い登場会をもう一度あの頃の登場会に戻るにはお前が必要なんだ。
勝手なこと言いやがって。1年前組をめちゃくちゃにしたのはあんただろうが。
そうだ。だから俺はその責任を取りに来た。
何しやが
る。どうだ、少しは目が覚めたか。
変わんねえな。昔から力ずくでことを動かそうとする。
そうした生き方しかできなかったからな。
俺も同じだ。力で来る者には力で向かっていくだけだ。
It would have been hilarious if someone's done a kiss edit there. I imagine someone has just real Metal Gear Solid 4 reference right there. Okay, I thought there was gonna be more to that. Hi there, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Essence of some story battles let you kick your enemy's ass in style. First, get your opponent's health low, then wait for the prompt to rapidly press X to build up heat. Once your heat is fully charged, press Y. Yeah. Did it. Keep up the pace. I reckon I'm going at a good pace. Like, I'm not going to be playing Yakuza Friday Night, and I'm not going to be doing Baldur's Gate. I'm going to be going through Helldivers 2 because, well, I need to catch up on some of the levels and what have you and get the auto shotgun. You still haven't finished this particular game? Is it really long? Is it like longer than 1 or 0?
無傷じゃ帰ってこれないかもしれない。だからお前に留守を任せたいんだ。
ふざけんな。自分だけ格好つけてんじゃねえぞ。
登場会を頼む。
ダメだ。俺も行く。
何？
俺はな、関西に借りがあるんだよ。
借り
？5年前、罠にはめられたんだ。それ以来、俺の人生は曲がっちまった。とにかくその借りを返すまでは、俺は極道に戻れねえ。大悟。何を言おうが無駄だ。たとえあんたが行かなくても、俺は行くぞ。
お前。
明日、駅のホームで待ってる。じゃあな。
Okay, Kiryu looked really skin smooth then. That didn't really make a lot of sense. God, this train looks awesome.
If
he says Majima Gojo.
合流会2代目会長、郷田隆二。
Oh, okay.
今から会いに行く近江連合会長、郷田陣の息子だ。
会長の息子。
バカだった。俺はそいつの罠にはまったんだ。
罠？
ああ。5年前、合流会はカムロ町にちょくちょく顔出すようになっていた。
狙いは旧道島組か？
いや、東条会の幹部だったら誰でもよかったんだ。近江は東条会をつついて関西におびき寄せる腹だった。当時荒れていた。
Hey, boss.
まんまと合流会の挑発に乗った。
関西に乗り込んだのか？
一人でな。郷田隆二ってやつと差しの勝負するために関西へ飛んだ。だがそこで待っていたのは殺だった。銃刀法違反でパクられ、臭い飯を5年も食う羽目になった。まああんたの10年に比べりゃまだ短い方だがな。俺はその郷田隆二ってやつに借りがある。それを始末しねえと東条会背負って立つなんてできねえんだよ。
そうか。
言っておくが近江連合ってのは半端じゃねえ。裏でどんな罠仕掛けてるかわからねえ。杯の話、用心してかかった方がいいぜ。
ああ。
Crab. Fish. Wait, isn't this just, what's Mahuzi? Gojo's area sent Sorembaro or whatever.
Kiryu-san.
Yo, Kiryu-san. You headed straight to the hotel? Yeah. I haven't given it much thought. Yeah, well, like I said, I've got nothing but bad memories here. Doesn't exactly put me in a mood to hit the town. I think I'll go for a walk then. Sotenbori, thank you, Jack. Get some rest. Right. Maybe I'll do just that. Stay on your toes, though. This isn't Kamurocho. Same to you. Don't overdo it if you hit the bars. Later. Just two men going on a revenge path and being mellow as fuck. Kawami Bob, back again with another fresh tip. When you're out exploring, press shift to first person. You can even walk around in first person. But just so you know, you'll go back to third person if you enter a battery or start a conversation. It's your boy, Kawami Bob. Ever took a look at the completion list? You'll unlock new tasks as you complete other ones, so keep at it. Kawami Bob here. You can even get bonus if you eat certain special combinations. Kawami Bob. Yep, this is Sotenbori. Sega. Sorry, let me start over. My name is Machida, and I am in charge of a hot new game we'd like to call Toilets. So, what we do here, do I have your attention? I guess I have a few minutes? But let's keep this short. Stupendous! I'll get right to the point then. I'd like you to test out an incredible new game we've developed called Toilets. Right, you mentioned that before. What exactly is it? Great question. Toilets is a revolutionary entertainment device combining the call of nature and a digital interface. What? If you're trying to gross me out, it's working. Gross? It's anything but, good sir. Toilets may be a urinal-based device, but promoting bathroom cleanliness is actually its key feature. Your goal is to keep your aim centered in the urinal, which is both a fun and clean way to relieve yourself. I guess I'm starting to see the appeal. Right? Two birds with one stream. Of course, you may see the occasional ad, but that's how we keep bathrooms and time fun. The toilet stays clean, the bathroom becomes fun, and our wide array of advertising sponsors stays happy. Did I say two birds? Toilets is gonna hit the whole nest. If this thing takes off, it'll be a gold rod of the industry. Excuse me for that, sir. Now then, we have a prototype set up right inside the store. Would you like to try it out? I'll just have to do my business as usual, right? Guess it wouldn't hurt to try. Thank you very much. Let's go. The prototype is just beyond this bathroom door. Enjoy your relief, sir. Hi, Eviscerator. Hi, Raiders. Welcome to the stream. So it's toilet time, as it says there. Hello. Hi, Raiders. Welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. We're going through Yakuza Kiwami 2, and we're right now trying out a mini game called Toilets. Right. Apparently, it's like a mixture of urinals and like target practice. Okay, so pausing the game, confirming, viewing controls, Y for the rules, increase and decrease. Alright. Please don't show it to use the stream to force your opponent out of the ring. Oh. Oh, it's a no. Okay, hang on. 実況は私慎吾、解説席には岸さんをお呼びしております。よろしくお願いします。
お互いに間を取っています。先に焦った方が負けですね。
I have no idea how this is But here's the thing.
You lose.
お酒には利尿作用がありますよ。
Wait, what? How did I lose? What? How did what? Don't go full power at the beginning. Wait. No, we need to... No. Let me go back. I'm not gonna lose at fucking pissing. Hang on. Inventory. Drink. Here we go.
Oh.
5 out of 10. Okay, do I need to, like, just... Fuck it. We're doing another mini game. We're gonna try and increase our bladder, and we're gonna go in, and we're gonna try again after the race. Cyber Troopers. Oh, this is not a race. God damn it. Although, let's be real, this is some pretty good graphics. Alright, here we go. So, why am I showing this button? That is your hunger gauge, not your bladder. God damn it.
Round 1. Get ready.
Alright, here we go. Move forward, backwards, left, right, camera left, dash, dash. Cool. Jump, left weapon, right weapon. Yeah. You gotta sleep? Not to worry, D-Kiss. God damn, this is really the best big dodges I can do. Yeah!
Round 1.
Oh my god, is there's... Yes, I want to quit the minigame. I didn't think there was going to be more than one stage. Hi there, Hawaiian Pizza! Welcome to the stream! Is it this guy I gotta talk to? How was it? Honestly, pretty good. Oh my god. So having fun while I did was a real eye-opener. Take this with you. Toilet sensor. To your urinary urges so you'll know how full your bladder is at any given time. You'll be primed to play once you hit 3,000. And this might seem obvious, but the more you drink, the quicker the bar will fill. Alrighty. Where is... Current is 300. Okay. So we're gonna need to drink a lot more. Wait. Oh, I have stats I can spend. Boosting health, boosting attack, defense, finishing hold, dramatically throw after a finishing blow. Oh, can I learn it? Yeah, I can learn it. Nice. And then life skills, boosting sprint, increasing the XP, boosting digestion, increase my alcohol tolerance. Hostess with the mostess. Purchasable. There we go. Increase the maximum heat. Increase the maximum health. There we go. Keep an eye on the meter and both increase you to maximize your chance to fill your meter faster. Radio.
Ho ho. Ah. Ho ho. Ah. Ho ho. Ah.
3,000. Ladder is now full. Alright, we're gonna try this again. We're gonna go for normal difficulty as it was. Alright, here we go. So, keep an eye on the meter. Increase and decrease the meter to fill up your meter faster. Okay, so I need to be... Alright. Use your steam to force your... Alright, so...
実況は私自身も解説席には喫茶を用意しております。よろしくお願いします。じりじりとお互いに間を取っています。先に焦った方が負けですね。戦いが拮抗してきました。このまま奥まで続くか。利尿クリューだ。お酒には利尿作用がありますよ。
Fuck you. Why did I listen to you? I should have just been 100% full force. Ridiculous. Terrible tip. Oh, that was cool. I wasn't expecting him to do that. That was cool. I thought there would be like a loading screen and everything, not a, you know, just go out. Oh my gosh.
Huh?
Where do you think you're going, pal? I ain't seen you before. Guys like you should know your place. Quit strutting around like a dumb peacock. I peacocked your mom.
Huh?
Hope you believe in the afterlife, buddy. It's so much more entertaining than Kiwami 1 or 0 at times. It is. This has honestly been a bit of a fun one. Like, even with the tutorial boss we got, was like still a little bit more fun than the previous like bosses we've gotten. Just a second. Hold on now. I ain't no trouble, buddy. Oof. Did you think I was Yakuza, buddy? I can't blame ya. What with my mean mug runs in the family. Ma side, you know? I tell folks I ain't Yakuza and they still run off screaming bloody murder. For real, how's an honest man supposed to do business in this damn town? At this rate, I may as well join a Yakuza clan. Would serve him right.
Yeah.
Anywho, I just saw you drop that blowhard. You're a real bruiser, eh? Numbskull there was giving me shit too. Oh, I'm Kurokawa, by the way. It means Black River. But my heart's white as snow and pure as a pretty lady. Speaking of pretty ladies, boy, mine sure wasn't. Had a face like a pork chop. Almost glad she ran off, you know? Anywho, what's your name, fella? It's Kiryu. Kiryu, huh? First time in Osaka? Glad to have you either way. Anywho, I owe you one for dunking that dipstick. But what to give you? Anything you're after, buddy? Tell you what, I got dirt on this whole city. You need info? You just scooch on up for a scoop. I'll be around if you need me, buddy. Sounds good to me. Oh, hey, there's something down there. And I can't get to it from there. Okay, hang on a sec. I gotta get... One moment. A red bun. Is that an equipment? No, it's not. Okay. We're gonna be boosting our attack as much as we can. Oh, thugs. Oh wait, you wanna fight, right? Did it. Oh, I didn't pick up his knife. Hey, a key for the Satsubori lockers. Nice. Glad they exist. God damn. I was not expecting to be this sleepy this soon. I peacocked your mom. Proceeds to beat them half to death, and they run away apologizing. It's just how it is in this man fight man world. You stand up to anyone. And what's more is you can just use... Glad to see that even in 2006, you just go, your mom, and that's the end of it. I love you, my sweet princess. Street Fighter isn't exactly easy on the ears. What you? Hey, it's a first side quest. Can't even carry a tune with my nose stuffed up like this. You have a cold or something? Yeah, I'm fine. Achoo! Guess I could use some tissues, though. Tissues, huh? I don't have any for him right now. Stay healthy, okay? Alright, so I need pocket tissues. Normally, I could just walk by anyone and I immediately get pocket tissues because they're just offering it to me. You should eat the red bun. a pungent red bun. Eating this improves your ability. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. And then we've got locker keys. G3 gives us Stymon Royale. Nice. We got that for healing's sake. Wrong way. I need to go this way for the end of the mission. The consistency of your mom joke is less legendary. Look, like, there's no diminish. Like, if you bump into someone and they... Oh. Hello? Oh. Hi there. Flip him. Whack him. All mine. Hey, I got money! Okay, I do not exactly have all the stamina in the world to do right Did it. Popo is always a good way to get an overly large sum of tissues. Noted. What are these peeps talking about? Eat so much. Oh, hey! This is, Welcome to the Cabaret Grandsa. This is, Majima's, thing. He used to manage this. I did not do any of the side quests for this thing. I wonder if he's still here.
Huh?
Enjoying the VIP seats when a pack of Yakuza-looking heavies busted in. Then I get back, now it's down here. I was on the waiting list for 3 months to get those seats. I'm terribly sorry, sir. How can we make this up for you?
Oh
boy. Also, what do you want to do? Alright, I guess we're going back out, and we're gonna take the back door. You finished 0, right? Yeah, I did. I didn't realize that he just gave up on... Well, granted, he was technically like a prisoner in Sotonbori. It wasn't really his place or anything like that. Oh my god, the micro-stuttering is going to be a bigger issue in this game than other games, I believe, because I did not do that, like, joystick spin that strongly. Alright, so we can't go that way. Which means... Hello, what's in the bushes? Oh, okay. Not important. Here we go. Imagine if I could throw these guys over. Oh, I probably can. Alright, hang on. Let's try this again. Oh, hang on. Right, hang on. This way. Damn it! I was hoping we could like try and throw the guys like over the bridge. That would have been throws that end up like that being quite useful in the Dragon Engine. They just go absolute broke. It's amazing. Okay, so all right, so I need to get down there. Also, why is the purple arrow taking me this way? We're going away from the cabaret. What's up with that? Get near the railing, grab, and then heat action. Okay. Ooh, hang on. Okay, so I wasn't really meant to be down here. Oh, hello. What's this? Another locker key. Nice. I'll probably collect like a whole ton of them, and then I'll just open them all in like one fell swoop. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty, let's go down to the river. Okay. So that's how. Oh, because they... Hang on. Oh, I see how. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, like that one I took my hands off the controller and yet there it is again. That's not good. Oh, hello. That was easy. Didn't even take damage. Delinquent, so weak. Alrighty, oh, okay, so I need to talk to you.
Oi.
What can you tell me about the VIP seats at the Cabaret Grand? The Cabaret Grand? You mean the pride of Sotonbori down there? Did you know Maki Kobayashi got her start there? She's a movie star now. I knew a man like you would have a great taste. Anywho, I got this guy who takes care of butt heads. Hemorrhoids, I mean. Well, that guy's nephew's teacher's sister's hubby got this twin brother who plays mahjong with the Grant's owner. Tell you what, I owe you one, so I'll put in a call to my butt guy. He'll talk to his nephew's teacher's sister's hubby's twin brother's mahjong friend, and I'll get you in those VIP seats. Just, give me a few minutes. Yellow? Yep. Hey, buddy. How's the butt clinic? I did not think I'd be saying those words out loud. Yellow. Yeah. Hey, buddy. How's the butt clinic? No one uses butt clinic. You know that guy at the Grand who plays mahjong with your nephew's teacher, sis's hubby's twin bro? Yeah, I need you to call in a What do you mean, who is this? It's Kurokawa, you blowhard. I said it's Kurokawa. Get your damn ears checked. Anyway, I need VIP seats at the Grand for a good hubby of mine. What do you mean it's full up with real VIPs? You trying to piss me off? Look, pal, I got pictures of you balls deep in some chick who ain't exactly your wife, you hear? I'm sure there's room for one more narrow ass in those VIP seats. Oh, you think that's funny? How funny is it gonna be if my fingers slip and hit send right now? With the way they're holding the phone, it's very possible they can slip. Right. I knew you'd see it my way. My boy's name is Kiryu. Mighty generous of you, friend. Kiryu-han, here's your VIP tickets at the Cabaret Grand. All sorted. Apparently, there's pretty hard to get. Invitation only, yeah? Anyhow, shame I can't do more for you. Knock 'em dead tonight,
Calm
buddy.
your rice paddy.
You calm your rice paddy, furry cures. I have been streaming for the last 2.5 hours. Why are you still awake at this hour? It's like 3 in the morning for you. You should be asleep. You should be in bed. Hang on a sec. Who's ready for a fight? Sounds like someone's ready for a fight. Oh, it's these guys. Oba and Seto. Thugs? Sounds good to me. Yep, there we go again. It's almost 5 a.m. That's even worse. That's even worse. You should go to bed. Also, what the hell did I just press? Oh, that was you. Okay. Alrighty. In we go. My invitation.
いらっしゃいませ。
Please make your way right up these stairs.
いらっしゃいませ。
Hi, Yuko. Boobs could be bigger.
お客さんこっちの人やないね。
Nope.
旅行でこっちへ来たん？
いや、
Not really.
じゃあお仕事？
まあそんなところだ。
おい、女子の数が少ないやないけ。支配人はどこ？
Oh, you just woke up. Okay, fair enough.
ちょっと目合わせたらあかん。この辺で有名な薬剤師なんやって。
あ、はい、お呼びでしょうか。
関西でわしらのテーブルこないに寂しいする店他にないで。
すみません。
頭下げる暇あんねやったら色っぽい姉ちゃん協賛引っ張ってこんかい。
Disrespectful.
加減にせえ。もうええ。
お、親分さん。ありがとうございます。
親分さんさすがやわ。貫禄あるな。
当たり前やがな。お前さんこの仕事してて親父のこと知らんのかい。未来の近江連合のドン、関西の竜や。覚えときや。
Dragon of Kansai in one table and the Dragon of Dojima at another.
どないしました？あ、こいつのせいでか？
ちゃうわ。お前今何言うた？
は？
覚えとらんのかい？
席外せ。
God damn, this guy has some Wolverine level like sideburns.
親父さんの前で言うたらあかんことがあるやろ。
いや。
からはよ謝らんかい。
すんませんでした。
ほら、みっともないで。はよ席座らんかい。山田、悪い、わしと杯交わしてからなんぼや。
2年です。
Hi, Freckles.
親父。
で、さっき言うたこと思い出したんかい？
いや。
まあ、飲めや。
はい。いただきます。
I honestly forgot what he said. I don't remember what he said. That was like, you know, what pissed him off.
関西の竜。
Oh, was that it? Was that the part?
関西の竜って言ったんだ。
These are some really loud leather couches.
ちょっとあんた。
落ち着かねえ店だ。
待てや。我よくも口にしたの。
おめえらがもう一度聞きてえと言ったからだ。
人の話盗み聞きしくさってこら。
あれだけでかい声で喋られたら嫌でも耳に入るぜ。
うら
That was a cheap piano if the wood broke that easily.
大阪湾に沈めたのか。覚悟せや。
A good piano would the piano would have definitely had its lid like cracked or something, but it would like the little thing that's holding it up, but the rest of it wouldn't break. Yes! Oh, I thought it was gonna crash on the piano again. That would have been funny. It would have been even funnier a second time. Also, I don't think I'm getting the... Oh, there we go. There we are. I don't think I was getting the throw right. You forgot to heal? That's fine. I'm good. Q, you just took the bottle like it was nothing. It was pretty effective. No bleeding or anything.
すまんことしたわ。うちの若い衆は血の気が多くての。もうお帰りですか？お前らといると酒がまずくなる。あんたは大した男や。気に入った。さっきのお詫びとしておごらせてくださいや。断る。近江合流会のおごりですせ。わしの顔立てたってくださいや。合流会。よっしゃ。この店で一番高い酒持ってこいや。
That is a very loud clap as well. Just like
ほんまに
Hang on, I can
度
do.
胸しとるわ。うちの組にもあんたほどの男はおりませんわ。関東の方やな。ああ、そうやろな。あん
Kanto's
た
a
ほどの人
region
が
in
関西におったら
Pokemon.
すぐに噂が広まりますさかいに。お近づきの印にお名前教えてもらえまへんやろか。これは失礼。わしは近江連合合流会2代目の合田隆二と申します。
That's the dude that Dojima had a problem with, wasn't it?
近江連合ぐらいはご存知でしょうが、日本で一番有名な大門ですさかいに。ああ。で、お名前は？名乗るほどのものじゃねえ。わしもこうして腹割って話しとるんです。名前ぐらい教えてもろてもええやないですか。桐生一馬だ。
They would know him.
堂島の竜、登場界の桐生一馬さんですか。いや、そんな男は知らねえ。兄さんも人が悪いわ。驚かさんといてください。まあでも本物なわけないわな。本物やったらこんなところで酒飲んでられるわけないわ。どうしてだ。本物やったら今頃それどころやない。必死こいて戦争の準備しとるはずや。ああ、せや。せっかくやから教えますわ。さっきわしが切れたわけ。なんだ。わし、関西の竜と呼ばれんのが気に入らんのです。竜はまだ関西が嫌なんです。竜に関西も堂島もありゃしません。極道の世界で竜と呼ばれる男は一匹でええんですわ。あんたもそう思いますやろ。
Thank you for the boops.
まあな。
Well, this is a conqueror's philosophy, isn't it? Being like, oh, there can only ever be a dragon that recognizes one domain.
ついでにもっとええ話教えさせてもらいます。今夜の12時ちょうどカムロ町に派手な花火がドカンと一発打ち上がるんですわ。花火？わしが仕掛けた花火です。一世一代の祭りが始まるんや。祭り？その幕開けの花火がカムロ町に上がるんや。そして明日堂島の竜は死ぬ。何？それでわしは本物の竜になる。少し喋りすぎました。まあ桐生さんはごゆるりとくつろいでってください。ああ、そう。一つ言い忘れましたわ。明日出かけるなら香水の一つでもつけていった方がよろしい。どういう意味だ。あんたの体からプンプン匂うんですわ。血の香りが。桐生一馬さん。
He knew exactly who he was.
ほな。
He was very much playing into it.
仕掛けた花火。
Honestly, it's
12時。
pretty good antagonist so far.
何が始まるんだ。
Pretty good antagonist so far. He gives me like these Bane vibes. Not Bane from like the movie slash the like the Batman and Robin TV show. Or sorry, Batman and Robin movie. But like comic book early Bane where he like like he's still like super strong. Venom being like an analogy of doping and what have you to become like extra strong and threatening. He broke Batman's back. But the thing is that Bane, with no connection to Bruce Wayne, like he wasn't trained by the League of Shadows. He wasn't part of Gotham in any way. Like like Bane's background is so like unrelated to Bruce Wayne or Batman, and he was able to figure out who Batman was. Like that's like an actual thing. Like Bane is like a very smart, intelligent guy. He's not just a brute. They kind of do a little bit of respect for him in the Batman Arkham Origins game prior to when he uses like the Titan formula, but like afterwards there hasn't been a lot of good media that presents Bane as much of a tactician. Like he's kind of close with Batman The Dark Knight Rises. He's kind of close to that, but then the whole thing like kind of is fallen apart when it turns out that, oh, you know, he was trained by the League of Shadows and he's just following Talia al Ghul's lead and what have you, instead of it being his own thing. There is someone who's heard the truth but won't accept it? I don't know what you mean. They're running the news on the big screen. Oh. Alright, let's head to the big screen and see what's what. Excuse me. Out of the way. Stop looking at your phone while you're going down the street. You need to know where you're going. Out of the way. Isn't that the explosion from the first Yakuza game? Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie! One villain has heard the truth about Batman's real, but they refuse to accept it in any way. That sounds like the Joker from Death of the Family. Yep, that looks like Millennium Tower again. You're gonna complete the battle pass on Fortnite? Nice work! I have not gone very far in the Fortnite battle pass. You're talking about Riddler in the Arkham... Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about, like, Riddler in the comics. Because, like, the Joker in the comics... Like, in the comic series, Death of the Family, Joker had, like, his face taken off or something like that. He's put it back on. He kidnaps the Batman family, and there's an insinuation of, like, oh, a member of the Bat family is gonna die, but in actuality that doesn't happen. And then there's, like, this thing where it's like, oh, the Joker left a Joker calling card on the Batmobile, like, earlier on in his career or something like that, and so he, like, there was an insinuation that Joker knew all this time who Batman could have been, but then near the end of the series, it's like Bruce Wayne is like, oh no, I went, like, you know, when I first got that card, and I thought there was that thing, I took the gamble, I went to Arkham, and I showed him this card, and the Joker, you know, he saw the card, but he didn't look at me. He just looked right through me. He did not care who the Batman was. He just wanted to irk me. Metropolitan Police Chief of the Division 4. Hey, Pseudo is still alive.
まだ関西とのつながりは分かりません。ええ、そうです。やはり海外の組織が関係しているのではないかと思いまして。 そうですか。わかりました。では私の方も手配します。ええ。あの任務は伊達さん以外にこなせませんから。はい。では。
So. Oh, nice. We're already on to chapter 3. Cool. Hell of a night, huh? In more ways than one. You mean something besides a bombing back home? Just a little run-in I had in town.
Yeah.
Nothing you need to worry about. But you should probably call in to check on Kashiwaga-san when you can. Yeah, I will. Just let me know when you're ready to head for Omi HQ. Alright. It's time you learn about Yep, cool. Dragon of Dojima, allow me to explain armor. I already got the explanation about armor bonuses and the heat action. Nice. Opportune strikes, seizing, sub-story finder, boosting the sprint, boosting the XP. XP boosts are always a good thing to have early game, quite frankly. Hostess with the mostess, Club Hustler, Law of Attraction. 39, 39, 235, 39, 39. Sounds good to me. Iron, silver. Okay, cool. There's no limit to my inventory now. Nose for music. Nice. There we go again. It does like I do like a little push like this, and the micro stuttering makes it that the input continues on. Like hit a diner to heal. I will do what needs to be done. Ready to go? I'm all set. Let's do this. We'll go in a little bit further. Elsewhere in Sotonbori.
刑事さん、わしゃ仇を脅かすようなことはしまへんで。なんかの間違いとちゃいますか？
喫茶店で小島不動産の社長に会った時、テーブルを叩いたそうやないか。
Sayama, the Osaka Prefecture Division 4.
叩いたうちに入れまへんがな。ちょっとこうやってポーンとやっただけですわ。
立派な恐喝罪や。
はっ、冗談やないで。そないなことでいちいち引っ張られとったらわしら飯食うていきまへんがな。
しょうもない大門ちらつかせられれば、一般市民はそれだけで怯えるもんや。
しょうもない大門やと。女やと思っておとなしいしとったら図に乗りやがって。
ね。
何が人気や。
何さらすんや。
ヤクザやったらこそこそしのぎせんと体張って稼がんかい。連行や。恐喝、傷害、脱税、署で徹底的にあぶり出したるわ。
何さらすんじゃこのボケ。
公務執行妨害のおまけ付きや。
I will play through this game how I would like to play through this game. Don't you worry about it.
ほんで天下の警視庁班は不敬に何せ言うんでっか。
桐生の身柄を確保していただきたい。
あ？
もし杯の話がこじれて桐生が殺されでもしたら泥沼の構想になるのは間違いありませんから。
つまりわしら警察がヤクザの身辺保護をせえちゅうことでんな。
ええ、とにかく時間がありませんのでよろしくお願いします。
Besho, another prefect. Oh, he's the police chief. Okay.
ほんま勝手なことばっかり抜かしやがって。
課長、誰からですか？
ああ、警視庁の4課長からや。
ヤクザの身辺保護とはどういうことなんですか？
桐生一馬が関西に乗り込んできたんやと。
桐生って
ああ、せや東上会の4代目や。あいつにこっちで死なれでもしたら西と東の大戦争や。
No,
せやからわしらに身辺保護をせいにちゅうとんねん。
その任務私にやらせてください。
あかんあかん。お前に任せたら身辺保護どころやないわ。
チャンスやと思いませんか？
チャンス？
桐生一馬の命を守る、その名目さえあれば私が関東で捜査しても問題ないということですよね。
なんじゃ、お前の狙いは関東に乗り込んで府警四課の力を見せつけて警視庁を見返しちゃろっちゅうてのか。
展開によっては総動員体制も取れます。
これはおもろいな。さしずめ府警四課の関東進出やな。
じゃあ私に。
おいちょっと待てや。お前東上会にこだわっとるんと違うやろな。
Why would she?
違います。私は府警四課の主任として言ってるまでです。
ほんまやな。
はい。
分かった。ほな一丁行ってこいや。
はい。
昨日の爆発、風間組の事務所は粉々に吹っ飛んだそうだが、柏木組長は無事だそうだ。
そうか。
近江連合の仕業じゃねえだろうな。
おそらく合田隆二だ。
There's someone else that was
昨
looking
日蒼天堀であった。
本当か？
Like, it's probably a red herring, because he's like, oh, we're gonna do some fireworks. But let's be real, like, we're probably not gonna be that aggressive of fireworks.
行くぞ。
That's a really long line. How does Freckles have a fucking fireball in the screen? Look at that. Look at behind. No, don't. Look at that. Hang on, I need a. Donk. Look at this. He had fucking fireballs. And then there's all right. Should be on the top floor. Let's head up. Damn, that's fucking smooth. Seriously, they want us going up to the top floor, but they want us to take the stairs. Worldly is a way of describing that particular tree. Crazy ass design is what this is. I don't know if I would want to live in a house like this. I didn't think you were the... I'm gonna be real, I didn't imagine he was the head.
連邦からようこそお越しくださいました。五代目近江連合会長の合田仁と申します。
Fifth chairman of the Omi Alliance. Hi there, Goda.
桐生四代目の噂は金がねえ。
ご丁寧な挨拶痛み入ります。東上会四代目桐生一馬です。
堅苦しい挨拶を終わりにして近江連合の執行部を紹介しましょう。私の横におるんが総本部長の高島です。本部長やった寺田の後任となります。
よろしくお願いします。
Patriarch of the Takashima family, Omi Alliance subsidiary. Uh-huh.
寺田の。
ええ、寺田。いや、東上会五代目とは兄弟分でした。この度は誠に残念でした。
次に。
ちょっと待った。おい、そこのあんた。今なんて言った？残念だと。何寝ぼけたこと言ってんだ。お前らがやったんだろうが。
寺田を殺したのは確かに近江の系列です。ですが本家の命令ではありません。
ふざけんな。そんな言い逃れが通用するか。
ギャーギャー騒ぐなや兄ちゃん。
ああ？
ええか、こういう会合には核っちゅうもんがあるんや。
Sengoku? Why does this guy seem familiar?
兄ちゃんみたいな人間が来るとこちゃうんや。せやろ？東条の四代目。
Okay, it's because he's similar to
失礼だ。
the...
すみません。こちらが無礼をいたしました。
寺田の一件に関してはほんまに申し訳ない。上座からですが。Send me a message. Send me a message in Discord if you're part of my if I'm part of any of the Discord servers that you're a part of, such as my own or anyone else's, then I will be able to receive messages and such. We don't have to be friends in order to receive messages. I don't roll that way with Discord. Like, if you want to send me a direct message, we don't have to be friends. We can just be mutuals in a server or anything like that. Especially since considering I have to run and manage my own Discord, I have to make it where it's like, oh, if you need to communicate with me about anything that's like going on in the server, like we shouldn't have to be friends in order to do that. So, but yeah, so right now this game is currently set to a frame limit of 120 frames per second. It's 1440p. It's a full screen application. That's what I've got for you so far.
謝る必要なんてあらへん。もともと寺田はうちの人間やったんや。組織を裏切った人間。夜行が二葉がこっちの勝手でしてる。
孫六、臭い芝居はやめろ。
は
あ？あんたら全員本当に悪いと思ってんのか？五田さんよ。 あんた1年前寺田の背後で政治家の神宮とつるんで登場会乗っ取ろうとしたじゃねえか。知らねえとは言わせねえぞ。
確かに。ですがあれは私や執行部の仕業ではありまへん。
なんだと？今さら何言ってんだ。
桐生さん、堂島さん、合田の口からは申し上げにくい話なので私の方から説明いたします。実は1年前の神宮との件は直参合流会会長が独断で行ったことなんです。
何？
龍二が？
龍二をご存知でしたか？彼は親父の実子です。親の心子知らずとはこのことで、奴は近江の大門を使って勝手な行動を次々。寺田襲撃を実行したのも合流会によるものかと思います。
では龍二が寺田殺しを命令したと？
おそらくは。
アホらしい。やっとらんわ
戦国。
まあとは勝手にやっとくんなはれ。寺田の香典が必要やったら声かけてくださいや。10億でも20億でも用意しますさかい。
He's about to get punched.
ほな。
Oh, never mind. He doesn't. I honestly thought Dojima was going to, like, you know, stand up and punch him in the face.
直参120、構成員3万5千。巨大になりすぎた組織を統制するのは至難の技です。
5代目。
この高島は若うて器量もある。寺田もそうやった。ですがね、今の戦国や龍二のように他の若い連中は言うことを聞かへん。
Oh, hey, there's a dragon in the background.
桐生さん、寺田を失うたんは東条近江関係なく痛いことや。今こそ東と西の力を均衡させることで争いの種を取り除きたいと私は思ってる。
東と西のですか？
そうです。桐生さん、あんたならそれができる。ぜひ東条会を立て直してください。そのために近江連合の力が必要なら私は喜んで力になります。これは
寺田から預かった書状です。あいつは合田会長との杯を願っていました。
寺田。
東条会としては寺田の願いに従い近江との五分の杯を望んでいます。受けていただけますか？
お受けいたします。
そうですか。ではすぐにでも東条会5代目代行の堂島弥生をこちらに向かわせます。
いや、そうはいきまへん。今度はこちらから出向く番です。カムロ町へ行きましょ
う。はい、ありがとうございます。
This will be a problem. I imagine Kiryu would. That's even worse.
やっぱりあんた本物の堂島の竜やったんや。桐生は
龍二。
近江と東条が五分の杯やった。8に91の間違いとちゃうんか。
お前何しに来た？お前は執行部の人間やない。
That's a bit of a short sword.
俺を覚えているだろう。
知らん。
お前に5年前はめられた堂島宗平の息子大悟だよ。
知らんちゅうとるやろが。
杯なんて関係ねえ。俺はお前に借りを返さなきゃならねえんだよ。
Props for the effort, kid, but this guy's the villain on the cover of Kiwami 2. Like, I don't think you're gonna get your comeuppance here.
何をする？どういうことや？
お前、ここどこだと思ってんだ？
何言うてまんねん。
近江連合の本部だぞ。
そないなことは分かっとりまんが。わしらはクーデター起こしに来とんねやから。
なんだと？
今東上会さんにうちの親父と話させるわけにはいきませんね。杯なんぞ交わしてしもたわしの計画がパーや。
お前の狙いはやはり戦争なのか？
そうや、西と東の大戦争。それこそがわしの狙いや。それともう一つ。
俺か？
その通り、あんたの首や。悪いがその価値があるか試させてもらいますぜ。
More dangerous men have tried than you, I would say. Good thing I grabbed the knife. Get kicked in the shin there. You're gonna call it a night, have a fun stream? Not to worry, Eviscerator. Thank you for coming in. I will probably call it a night shortly as well, because... Oh. The next time I get into the open world, I'll probably call it a night and look into raiding someone.
Ooh. That was a good punch.
お前の好きにはさせねえぜ。俺との勝負が先だろうが。
Oh, alright, he's.
桐生さん、悪いがこいつは俺がやる。あんたは合田会長。
Don't die. You need to be in Yakuza 7.
意外にやるやないか。まあやろう。そないに死にたいんだ。
Boss.
先にやったらないかいボケが。
Alrighty, time to take on more of you guys. Yep, that got him. Ah, damn it, I thought I could take this back with me. I will take this, however. Oh, it won't let me keep it. Fine, let's do the slow walk. It does not break until like the very end, apparently.
Ho ho. Ah. Ho ho.
Nice, I just punched him in the neck. Ow, okay, fine. This is annoying. Thank you for the hyper him, but I'm gonna need it for the next little bit. Fuck you. Do I really not have... Hang on. Here we go. Here we go. Like, I know what this game wants me... I know this game wants me to do, like, a reversal attack, but I do not have the fucking... I don't have the heat to do that. Well, that, and I didn't even have the counter unlocked. So. Oh. Ooh. Oh, ain't that painful. Serious? Oh my god, this is a maze.
ほほう。
やるな。くそ。
There we go. Damn it. Now I have to deal with go. Oh, I wonder what we're gonna do. I wonder, how are we gonna take on multiple assailants at once? Excuse me while I grab everything and throw it at you. get knocked out, will you? It will make my life so much easier. I did not unlock the thing that gives me the... Actually, maybe I can unlock the thing that gives me the... What's-mahoozies. Alright, purchasable. Leaping Fist. Oh, maybe it's a heat action. Opportune Strike. Parry an attack from an enemy wielding a blunt object and cease to perform a devastation. I do not have the points for it. God damn it. So yep, back to basics. Get up. That's annoying, but it is what it is. I have one chance. Please tell me I don't have to go all the way. Yeah! Alright. There's definitely going to be some offline grinding to this game, for sure. There we go. That did it.
Kiryu-san.
Kiryu-san.
息子の失態、あんたに助けていただくとはお詫びのしようもありまへん。
東条も近江も関係ありません。
Just in a day's work.
お気になさらず。しっかりしろ。
桐生さん、やっぱあの男ただもんじゃねえ。
Noted.
勝負はまだついとらんやろが。
大悟、お前は合田会長を連れて東条会へ行け。
そいつとの蹴りは俺が。
今合田会長が東条会と杯を交わす方が先決だ。それにお前をここで死なすわけにはいかない。
けどこのままじゃ。
ここは俺の言う通りにしろ。
分かった。
やっと二人きりになれたの。
会長は
I love how he
東
like
条会が預かる。
pushing him in the background like that.
絶対に邪魔はさせねえ。
まあ
And that they don't even give a shit about the
思い
stairs.
返し
do
ゃ
they?
ええだけの話。
やってみるか。
Well, I got all my health, so I should be able to deal with you.
決着つけようやないか。ここがあんたの墓場や。
Nope. Nope, this is not where I die. Okay, so that's 3 he's doing. Why do I feel like I'm on ice for this fight? Look at this! I'm just on fucking ice.
ほほほほくそ
Oh, here comes the quick times. God damn this engine. Oh no, 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 no! Not when he goes into dragon mode. Maybe I'll be full health at stage 2. No, we're not continuing on easy. Okay, so we're starting all the way back here. Not good. I am tough. I just didn't. I decided not to go into this fight with like a lot of whatsamahoozy, like healing items and such like that. Yeah.
やるな。
Alright, there we go. Okay, it's a different button prompt. Okay.
ぶちのめしたれ。
Oh boy. Oh, and I'm not even like I don't even have his like health.
ぶちのめしたれ。
What is extreme heat mode?
ここがあんたの墓場や。
You know I can just let me skip that scene, okay? I don't need a reminder of who Godo is. I have not brought shame yet. This is not over. Come on, get off me, get off me, get off me. That's not fair.
やるな。
離せ。
Damn it, I let go of the guard too soon.
やるな。
too soon. Dung. Stop saying shame. You're gonna make me lose. Yes. Yes, it is your fault. Also, I should like increase the... I should do the stats thingy to when I can. You're not getting a cookie, Jason, while I'm in the middle of a fight.
Playing Yakuza 0.
Nice! How are you finding it? Damn it, he got to my side. Alrighty then. Damn it. I was trying to... Oh, he has a... Oh my god, he has another bar after that. God damn it.
Ho ho. Ah. Ho ho. Ah.
God damn it. No, you... Oh my god. Fine. We're doing it on easy. Let's see if this, like... Where's... I'm busy! I'm busy! I'm kind of getting my ass kicked right now. You're not too cool for voices, Het. That's reserved to moderators only and myself. No, don't de-himbo me just because you didn't get a cookie. How is this easier? I believe the hits are more powerful and his not so much. I guess?
Ho ho. Ho ho.
Okay, at that moment they feel a little more powerful. At that, yeah, that felt weaker than last time, so. And he gets behind me again. Oh, there we go, everything. Oh, yes. Oh, please tell me this is the end. That's gotta be the end. Okay. I technically had to lower the difficulty, but let's be real. Let's be real, I came in here with none of the potions and shit that I normally do when I run into, like, you know, boss rushes.
あいつは強い。まともな状態じゃねえはずだ。どっちかが死ぬまで勝負は終わらへんわ。
Can we stop, dude, please?
くそげ。
Cookie for heads. There you go, there's your cookie.
勝負はまだ終わっとらんで。
It's past my bedtime. I was supposed to be finished streaming like half an hour plus. Hello, ma'am.
桐生一馬さんですね。
そうだ。
府警4課の佐山薫です。あなたを傷害の現行犯で逮捕します。
Well, the good news is that we went through 3 chapters in like 4 hours. Hey, it's our buddy Dan.
Okay. 悪かったな。
失礼ですが、伊達刑事ですか？
Sorry.
まあそうだが。
やっぱりそうでしたか。私、伊達刑事のファンなんです。
ファン？どういうことだ
？1年前の事件で本庁の命令も聞かずに単独捜査。ついには神宮のマネーロンダリングの真相を暴いた伝説の刑事さんだって噂有名なんですよ。
ちょっと待て。事件を解決したのは俺じゃない。それに今はデカでもないんだぞ。
知ってます。事件後刑事を自ら辞職。辞表をカムロ署署長に投げつけた後一発殴ったって話も聞いてますよ。
まったくどうなってんだか。
伝説の刑事。カムロ町で誓った極道との友情、人気者じゃねえか。
あ、河原警部補。
お嬢ちゃん、こういった提案に憧れるってのは良くない傾向だな。本庁勤務ならもっと真面目なキャリア組の連中を持ち上げといた方が身のためだな。
鬼瓦、あんたどうしてここに？
知らなかったか。俺は今公安所属のデカなんだ。
あれだけ銃をぶっ放していた男が公安のデカか。ふざけた話だ。
人聞きの悪いこと言うな。もう昔の話じゃないか。
俺にとっちゃ今でも昨日のことのように思い出すぜ。
目の前で容疑者を殺されたのがそんなにトラウマになってんのか。
まあな。でも今はもう関係ねえ。あんたと会うことももうないはずだ。
待てよ。それがそうもいかねえんだ。
あ？
お前須藤に呼ばれてきたんだろ。奴が待ってる。一緒に来い。
地下3階か。随分とおかしな場所に連れてくんだな。
不安か。
まあな。何しろここは良くない噂ばかり流れていたからな。
地下3階13号資料室。警視庁は風の間ってやつか。
なあ、不祥事の間とも言われてた。
おう、連れてきたぞ。
伊達さん、わざわざご足労いただいて申し訳ありません。
ああ。
紹介します。こちら公安部外事二課課長の倉橋警視正です。
Division 2, okay. Japan knows how to make a good
伊達
scary
さんの
game.
噂は金々。
Yeah.
倉橋です。
公安
This
二
one I
課。
wouldn't put down as scary, but
どうして
it
ア
is
ジア
an
専門の
interesting
公安二課がここに？
実は昨日も伊達さんに連絡したように、今我々4課は近江連合の動きを追っています。
ああ。寺田が殺された一件だろ。
はい。ですが裏に海外、特に中国韓国系の組織が絡んでいるのではないかと。
海外マフィアってことか。
実は私たち2課は1年ほど前からアジア系マフィアの調査を進めてまして、近々何か大きな動きがあるという情報を掴んでいましてね。予想はしてたんですよ。こんな事件が起こるんじゃないかってことを。
なんだって？
私は倉橋課長から内々に要請を受けまして、数週間前からカムロ町の様子を探っていました。すると
爆発は起こった。
そうです。予想は的中してしまったわけです。
だがそれが4課のお前と何の関係があるんだ？
5代目近江連合直参合流会2代目会長合田隆二という男です。
合田隆二。
寺田殺害を実行したと思われる近江連合の実力者です。
この男がどうした？
実はその合田が爆発をほのめかす電話をしていたとの情報がありまして。
これだけは言うとくが、わしとあんたらは仲間やない。カムロ町を火の海にする目的が一緒なだけや。ことが終わったら赤の他人、分かっとるな。
はあ、まあ期待していてくれ。
この関西弁の男が合田隆二本人と思われます。
なるほど。じゃあ4課と2課はこのもう一人の男が何者なのかを探ってるのか？
そうです。この男の正体を探り出し、近江連合とつながっている組織を明らかにするのが狙いです。
会話の場所は？
全てのノイズを除去してみましたが、場所の特定までには至ってません。
で、俺じゃなきゃできない任務ってのは何なんだ？
実は伊達さんにはこの男に近づいていただきたいと思いまして。
こいつは？
そうです。伊達さんもよくご存知の男です。カムロ町でスターダストというホストクラブを経営する男、源氏名和樹です。
どうして和樹を？
実は半年ほど前、一度だけ合田隆二がカムロ町にやってきたことがありまして、その時接触したのが和樹なんです。
だがそれだけで？
それだけじゃないんです。彼には和樹という名前の他に 別の本名がありまして。
本名？
ガンジンウ。彼はれっきとした韓国人なんです。
伊達さんにはそれとなく和樹に近づいて揺さぶりをかけてほしいんです。彼が韓国組織の構成員なのかどうか、それを探ってみてください。
あなたと彼の間には1年前の事件で培った信用があります。これはあなたにしかできない任務なんですよ。
俺だけどこへ連れてくんだ。
So many cutscenes.
おい、聞いてんのか？
Back everyone. We're almost done for tonight. I
ここ
swear
ま
to
で来れ
you.
ばもう大丈夫だわ。
どういうことだ？
傷害罪は表向きの口実。あなたの身辺保護を頼まれたのよ。
身辺保
As
護？
if he's gonna accept that.
逃げようとしたら即座に逮捕するわ。
Ugh. Um.
どこを撃たれた？
大したことないわ。
弾丸が貫通
Is
して
this
ない。
another
この
driving
ままじゃ危険だ。
sequence?
おい、近くの病院はどこだ？
蒼天堀。
何？
蒼天堀にある葵っていうスナックへ。
Alrighty. I am going to end it there because holy crap. It is late. I need to go to the bathroom again. And before I go to sleep and what have you. And we also need to have a look at who it is that we are going to go and raid. So, because I don't want to leave you hanging in case you're just waking up or anything like that. We need to have a look at, you know, who might be suitable for the whole, you know, who's the taking in all of yous. Alrighty, let's have a look. Who is still online? Excuse me, throat. Alrighty, let me just look at Twitch right now. Twitch.tv. It's 10 p.m. Who have we got? I see boobies. I see 3D boobies. Ooh. How is the funny game? Hi there, Aito! Welcome to the stream! Hi! It's going alright. We're going through Kiwami 2. I know, I realize that you're also going through the Yakuza series as well. Let me give you a shout out. Hang on a second. Because I think you started on the Yakuza series before I did as well. Like, I wasn't meaning to, like, follow what you were doing or anything like that. It was honestly, you just finished Infinite Wealth? Nice! I've not yet gotten Infinite Wealth. So, like, hence why I'm going through Yakuza 0, 1, and then, like, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm hoping by the time I get to finishing Yakuza 6, I can then do Infinite Wealth. Because here's the thing, is I've already played Yakuza Like a Dragon, like, years ago. So I'm not going to revisit 7, but I'm just going to jump straight to 8. So, but yeah, good for you. Don't try, I won't ask any details or anything like that about Infinite Wealth. I don't want to get spoiled or anything like that on it. The most I know is that you're in Hawaii and that there's like the crazy reality where it's an easy currency exchange of 100 yen to $1. Fair enough. I'm going to get back and doing the one I missed because I was too hyped to wait for Infinite Wealth. Fair enough. I was way tempted to drop everything to play Infinite Wealth, but I didn't have the game and what have you. Alright, we are going to go... We're going to go for someone named Red Gambit. They were on my recommended thingy-majiggy, and I'm gonna be real, like, the boobies got my attention. We're gonna go with our classic himbo raid message, I reckon, with Red Gambit. Give me one moment. No, not the stream together. The raid channel. Ding. Paste displaying text. Red Gambit. Alright, we're gonna get ready with our raid. And we're gonna go with Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. If you're not subscribed to me, that's okay. You can use what other kind of emotes you want for this raid into Red Gambit. I hope you'll have something and you'll join in with me on the raid message. I will be back online Friday night. We're not going to be going through more Yakuza Friday night, but we are going to go through Helldivers 2. So I've played a few times with my friend Unnamed, and I tried one time with Dazzy at like the higher difficulties, but I kind of want to play a little bit more. If there's people that might be fun to play with, I'll play with them if it's, you know, they pass my vibe check. But otherwise, I love the Starship Troopers helmet, Freckles. It's absolutely amazing. I love that emote. Just absolutely amazing. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. It's nice to get into Yakuza Kiwami 2. So far, I've been enjoying the combat a little bit. I should have prepped myself a little bit better for that like boss rush boss thing, but I'll do some offline grinding and what have you if I can. And we'll get ready to raid shortly, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.